anyway. But we've got a decent idea as to what they've got lined up for us on this episode. Just want to get the chat on screen before we jump over to that. I hope everyone's having a good weekend. I was just saying to the members, I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm feeling a little better. I'm feeling in a much better headspace, certainly than I was on Friday. Obviously, that news kind of coming through just before, moments before we went live on Friday. So we were definitely feeling it on Friday. But, thankfully, the shock, the disappointment, we've been able to kind of wrap our heads around it, get a bit of sleep. And, I'm feeling in a better place. I'm still not doing cartwheels, but I feel in a better place. And hopefully you do as well. So let's jump over. We'll have a look at the preview and then we'll get to people's thoughts and comments. Okay. So here we've got this preview. We're looking at Roman Reigns makes his decision about Jacob's challenge. Again, I know I've said this before. I sound like a broken record. I'm pretty sure Roman said to Jacob to think about if this is what he wants. First of all, can you even get this title from me? And if you can't, can you bring yourself to acknowledge me? Think about it. I'm sure it was Roman that kind of told Jacob to think about it, but they've really shifted the narrative on that, and that it's Roman that's going to make his decision about Jacob. So we're going to get that anyway. We're going to see Jacob. We're going to see Roman. They're going to have a confrontation, and we're going to see what the next steps are. Obviously, it's going to be accepted. Obviously, we're heading towards Backlash. Just don't know if there's going to be any interesting wrinkles in there, any little stipulations. Some people wondering if Jacob loses, has he got to join the bloodline? Things along those lines. Intercontinental Champion Penta wants payback against Rusev. So looks like they're on a collision course. We've also got Bayley and Lyra taking on Raquel and Roxanne. We've got Becky Lynch on the show as well. Actually, Ammo should be up now, shouldn't it? Enjoy Ammo, which I have not been to yet. Is it available yet? Yes, it is. Here it is. Ammo. This is Becky's coffee brand. It's a good website, isn't it? You spent some money on this. What are we looking at? Watermelon candy. Berry blossom. Chocolate strawberry sounds nice. Chocolate strawberry. It's from Ecuador. It is semi-washed. Oh my God, I don't even know what half of this stuff means. This is what it looks like when you open it. God, they've really spent a bit of time on the packaging, haven't they? And they even want you to know what it looks like when the flipping box opens. Look at that. Ammo. It's just coffee. That's all it is. It's just coffee. Reminds us of dipping fresh, juicy berries into an overflowing chocolate fountain, making every morning a special occasion. It's a light roast. Let's go to store. Is it only these 6, is it? So 6. Looking at I don't even know how many cups do you get in it though. If I buy that, how many cups of coffee do I get? Shortbread cookie, berry blossom, tropical passion, chocolate strawberry, fruit punch. Where's normal? Is there not coffee flavored coffee? Where's coffee? What is this? It's all I get having these flavors, but I would have thought there would have just been coffee as well. Yeah, you see, this is where, and maybe it's me, but this is where I think design and all of that stuff sort of gets a bit in the way. It's all well and good having this lovely packaging. It's all well and good having this lovely logo and this lovely website, but I don't know how many cups of coffee I get when I buy one of these things, right? I don't know, like, that one said it's out of stock. So is this out of stock? Out of stock. So, okay. OOS is out of stock. So that's in stock. That's in stock. That's out of stock. So they've already sold out of 3. So that's gone. That's gone. That's gone. They've still got Fruit Punch, Tropic Passion, and Watermelon. See, that's interesting, isn't it? It surely take a lesson from that, right? The fruity tropical ones are all still left. But the other ones, the berry... So this one is like shortbread, sold out. This one, berry blossom, sold out. Chocolate strawberry, sold out. But this fruit punch, still in stock. Tropic passion, still in stock. Watermelon, still in stock. You know? Maybe we could have got some... maybe we could have got another... Maybe an orange. Yeah? People... Yeah, maybe an orange. Would have been nice to know how many cups of coffee do I get in this. Yeah? And this looks like a really nice box. Would it not be cheaper to just sell it in a bag? So maybe you buy the box. So you got a nice box. That's expensive. And then there's a slightly cheaper version. $5 cheaper, whatever. And it's just the bag. I don't know, right? But this is Ammo. This is Seth and Becky's coffee brand, which launched literally hours ago. It only launched today. So there we go. It connects. I could send them ideas, but I don't think that's why people are here, to be honest. I don't think they're here for my thoughts on Ammo. And also, we got a special Joe Hendry concert, by the way. We took that sidetrack because of Becky, and I knew that her coffee brand was launching. So we got Joe Hendry in concert as well. Right. AB, hello, says AB, Hall of Fame, 16M, Raw, Royals, Roman Fatu, Waffle Alerts. I don't know what this means, but... AB, thank you. AB, HOF, 16M, Raw, Royals, Roman Fatu, Waffle Alerts. Are we saying there's going to be waffle in the Roman Jacob segment? I'm expecting it, of course. Don't know when we're getting it. I don't know what's opening the show. There's word as well that Ober is meant to be competing, so need to keep an eye out on that. Miss Dell Jr. said, Daze, why do people want Vince back? If he made inappropriate comments to women and made inappropriate storylines that he did over the years, all people care about is that Vince made WWE what it is thoughts. Yeah, people, you know, some people in the world only care about how it affects them. And if they watched WWE and enjoyed it when Vince was in charge, they don't really care about what Vince did to other people. It didn't affect them. It's not their problem. And so for them, they're like, I'm not enjoying WWE as much as I used to. And when I was enjoying it, it was because Vince was in charge. So I want Vince back. That is the thought process of some people out there, maybe even some in the community. So... not a campaign I'm a part of, not someone that I'm looking to see return. I think as well, putting all of the, you know, trial, Janelle Grant, all of that aside, he's like 80-something now. I mean, we've got to at some point look towards the future. I mean, there's people upset that there's wrestlers in their kind of mid to late 40s in the main event scene of WrestleMania. And there's a lot of chatter about bringing through that next generation. Well, I mean, we need to have that conversation around Vince, surely. Even putting all the Janelle Grant stuff to one side, we're talking about an 80-year-old man, no idea where his mental faculties are now. I mean, you've seen with, you know, Joe Biden, arguably Donald Trump, as people are getting older, you know, cognitively. Even as they're not, oh my God, even if they're not that old, they can still struggle with things. Case in point. So I think to bring him back, not even with the Janelle Grant stuff, but a man of his age, you know, is he going to be in touch with the kids at this stage? No, he's not. He's not going to be in touch with the kids. I don't think he's going to know how to deliver a product that the 18 to 35s are going to be interested in. I mean, it's a completely different world. I mean, it's a completely different world post-pandemic, let alone before the pandemic, let alone what it was like during an Attitude Era. I mean, you couldn't get away with a lot of the stuff you were doing in an Attitude Era. So there's, 7-odd billion people in the world. 7-odd billion people, and we're saying that this 180-year-old man is the only one that can save wrestling. I mean, he's still going to have to work, even if you got rid of Triple H and brought Vince in, he's still going to have to work within the confines of TKO, you know? They're still going to be sticking their noses in. Perhaps they wouldn't feel like they could as much if Vince was there, but I just don't see him as the answer. I'm not sure that too many fans do. I think what you're seeing is a bit of a vocal minority online, but yeah, that's that. Casey said, Daze, you can come and work for me. You are already miles away from an amateur. Casey, I would love to come and work for you. I would be your best employee. I would be selling so many donuts. I'd have everyone in the neighborhood dunking away, I tell you. So, yes, it would be my pleasure. If I lived close, I'd be there. Who Dat Saints J said, only flavored coffee there should be outside of a coffee flavor is hazelnut. Hazelnut coffee. I've never tried hazelnut, but they did not have that. So they absolutely should have that. And you're right. I could see that. Vanilla as well. And there's a lot of people that have like vanilla syrup in their coffee. There was not even like a vanilla type flavor one. I don't know. I'm not saying they got the launch wrong because they've already sold out of half of their products, you know, which is amazing. But I've just got questions. That's all, you know. I've just got questions. I watched a ringside video of highlights from WrestleMania 42, and it looked boring. It looked boring to actually go sit in there ages between matches. Yeah, there was a bit of a question around that, wasn't there? What did the fans do? Because we had to sit through a lot of video package and commercials. So what did they do? I heard that it actually went okay. Brian Alvarez said he was there, and it didn't feel as bad as you would imagine. Maybe because, like, you would turn to someone next to you and have a little bit of a chat, whatever, and there was a video to watch or whatever. He said it felt like it moved quite quickly. But there was one period where apparently there was like 45 minutes of downtime. Now, I don't know what he's referring to there. I don't know if he's including John Cena and Bianca Belair, because I can't... There's no way there was a 45-minute period between matches. I do not remember that at all. But I saw an interview with him where he said being there was fine. In between the matches, the evening felt like it flowed and it didn't feel too bad. But he said we hit this period of like 45 minutes of downtime and it just killed the crowd. And I was trying to think, like, when was that? Is he talking about the end of, say, the co-main event, and then you got Cena and Bianca? Or maybe the Danhausen stuff on the next night. I mean, maybe if you started the stopwatch from the moment the co-main ended and then began it as soon as the main event started, maybe that was 45 minutes. Maybe. But you would have to be ignoring the John Cena Danhausen segment, or you'd have to be ignoring Bianca coming down and announcing that she's pregnant, you know? You'd have to be ignoring that segment, surely. I don't think there was a 45-minute, it just in between matches, you know? So, I don't know. I thought it was interesting. He was there and he said it felt okay, apart from this one period that felt like it just killed the crowds. Big Tony said, Daze, what do we think about Zelina saying F you to Sean Ross Sapp? I thought he was doing his job, but maybe it's similar to when Sapp got mad after streamers kept constantly sharing his Twitter posts. I I feel sorry for Zelina. That's the headline. I think that, she literally had just found out she had lost her job. I think there was times during that stream she seemed to be getting a little emotional, and was not talking from a rational headspace. I think that Sean Ross Sapp is fine to do what he did. I think that, yes, you shouldn't be announcing it before the talent know, but that never happened. She found out first. What she was upset about was that before she could put a comment out and be the first to tell the fans, the dirt sheets had got it out already. But that's always been the case. That's not anything new. It's not like they waited for everyone else to put a comment out, but when it came to her, they jumped the gun, Like, it just doesn't work that way. I mean, some people haven't even commented. So you don't even know if everyone's going to put a comment out. So it's messy. I mean, it's one of those where I think it's right that you don't put it out until the talent are told. I don't know exactly how Sean Ross Sapp finds out. I don't know who tells him, right? I'm not sure, that process and how he checks that the talent have been told. If he'd have found out and put that out before she had been told, I think I'd feel different, right? I don't think you should find out you've lost your job through the dirt sheets, right? So I don't know if he checks with them or what happens, or if they tell the talent and then they tell the dirt sheets, or, when he gets told, does he ask his source? Have you, as the talent, already been told? I don't know the procedure. That could be a stumbling block at some point. For me, that's where I would draw the line. But, other people would draw the line somewhere different. For me, if I've got to draw a line somewhere of what's acceptable, right? What's the line? What's the hill that I would die on? Yeah. Where do you draw that line? Well, I think for someone like Sean, if the talent has been told, then okay, then put it out. It's news, isn't it? This person has now been, released or has gone from WWE. And as I said, you just don't know. I mean, I don't think Tyra May Steele has put a message out. So, I mean, if he was waiting for her to put a message out, she hasn't done it. So at what point does he then tell people that she's gone? Like, it becomes very, very messy. I think if you can confirm with your source that the talent has definitely been told, then I think for me it's open season. It's fine to put the news out. And I think that's always been the case. So I don't know how she feels now in the light of day. She might feel exactly the same, right? She might feel exactly the same. But yeah, I can't really say I've got a problem with it, because that's how it's always been. That's how it's always been. And it's not something that we've had an issue with before. So, yeah, I think there was maybe a bit of emotion because she'd literally just found out. That was maybe a part of it. But I can't speak for her. She might still be feeling the same today. Connor said, apparently Kyrie has reportedly gone back to Japan. I did see that. Edward said, did we see the clip about Kendall going straight from NXT from LFG? I did. Sean having a word with her backstage. Casey, hello. Sean did an interview. He said he waited a couple of hours to announce it. Someone else had posted it seconds after he did. So if it wouldn't have been him, then it would have been someone else. Nolly says, Daze, if the Wyatts go to another company, would you watch that company and see what they're doing? No. I can't say that because for me, I'm a WWE fan, and so I follow, WWE. I don't follow specific wrestlers. I follow the WWE products. So, I would be interested in seeing what they were up to, how they were being presented. That probably wouldn't show itself in watch-alongs. It might be that I just check out some of their clips and I just sort of see kind of how they're being used. I'd be very interested in that. It's not like, they're out of WWE, so they're dead to me. But no, I mean, I don't follow people. I haven't followed like Carrie into the Indies. And I was not only watching for the Wyatt Six. So for me, the Wyatt Six I don't even know that they're carrying on together, honestly. I mean, I would not be shocked to find out that they now disband, depending on if AEW come in, but it's a big, big commitment, that. I mean, you're bringing in Rowan and Bo and Nikki and Dexter and Gacy. Like, that's a big group. That is a seriously big group. And if you're bringing them in, you're going to have to do some you're going to really commit to them as a group as well. I'm struggling to see that happen, to be honest with you. I'm struggling to see them kind of go into TNA or AEW as a group. Then they could go as a team. It could be Loomis and Gacy. It could be Rowan and Bo Dallas. I don't know. I don't know what they do. Maybe they'll look and see what offers come in first. Take it from there, you know. But it's hard at the moment to see them going anywhere as a group of 5. Steve said, Daze, I was watching some of the old videos. I realised that we both went to the same FCP show in Wolves in 2017, Elite against British Strong Style. It's a small world, said Steve. That was a brilliant show, that was, yes. Absolutely rammed. I would say dangerously rammed. I mean, kind of standing room only rammed. But to say that we were at that show is very special because it was like it's like a bingo type hall, isn't it? It's the only time I'd ever been in that room, but it was like a hall, not a very big hall. I feel like it could hold 500, something like that, and even then it would be tight. This had 1,000 people in it. And I mean, I don't know where you were, but when I came in, it was like I was at a gig and I was like well in the crowd and like, you know, excuse me, you're trying to get past people. It's like standing room only. I remember people standing in the aisle. I remember people standing against the side of the walls, round by the bar area. It was like, as soon as you walked in, it was like that, and it was like you were having to try and, you know, get somewhere. It was rammed, absolutely rammed. But if you think about the fact that there was a room that holds about 500s, and we saw Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne, Trent Seven, British Strong Style taking on Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks. There was Tegan Knox, Nixon Newell, Penta was there, Leo Rush, I believe, was there. Who else was there? There was other big names that were there. I want to say Osprey maybe, or Zack Sabre. I can't remember. It was a stacked cards. It was a very, very impressive card with, you know, as you said, main event being British Strong Style against the Elite. So to be in a random little hall in Wolverhampton, and absolutely rammed. I mean, you could not have put another person in. It was an amazing show to be in attendance for, so I hope you had a good time. But yes, it was absolutely incredible. I have very, very fond memories of that. And I did go to Fight Club Pro a couple of times. I did go to Trent Seven's indie promotion, and it was so good. Really did have a lot of fun going to that promotion. And I went a few times. Saw Miko Satomura, which was a great thrill. And she was fantastic. So, yes, I don't think they do it anymore. I think, sadly, that promotion has gone now. It's called The Hangar, and it was rammed. I had to stand up, and it was boiling, said Steve. I don't think that was The Hangar. I think The Hangar was a different space. This one was like a bingo hall. This was actually in the city centre. I think the Hangar was their usual venue. Hangar is where I think I saw Miko. This one is right by the markets. And I don't know the name of it, but I don't think it was the Hangar. But it was absolutely sweltering. You are right. A Word Life Cena fan said, Daze, WWE Worlds had a testing station for ammo. It's the size of a Red Bull, says Word Life Cena fan. Thank you, my friend. I did see that. I did see pictures of the ammo stand. Big Time said, Daze, Alistair being humiliated by Triple H getting released again. Him and Rusev were described as locker room cancers in AEW that just won't do jobs. They wanted to run back to WWE. Why do him so dirty? Well, it can only be that they had to make cuts and they looked at the roster and it just came down to We've struggled to find stuff for him anyway. I think that's obvious. You know, we tried putting Zelina with him, but it didn't set the world on fire. And I think they just didn't have any creative plans moving forward. I don't know that there was issues. Obviously, word might come out that there were issues, but I've not heard of there being any issues internally with Alistair and Triple H or anything. I'm sure there were, you know, frustrations. I mean, there would have to be. Alistair comes back, doesn't really get much in the way of opportunity. And, you know, ends up getting put with Zelina. I think there was an opportunity to do something there, but it did feel like a rip-off of Carrion and Scarlett. And I think that kind of held them back for me. I actually was not massively enjoying them together as a pairing, because it didn't feel quite right. It just felt like it was a rip-off of Carrion and Scarlett. So, I don't, look, it's business. I mean, that's all I can say. At the end of the day, they're going to sit down, they're going to look at the roster, and they're going to know they need to save X amount of money. It's a little bit like if you've ever played some sort of managing game on the computer, like a Football Manager or something. You know, I grew up playing a Football Manager game where you're buying players, selling players. And really, you're just looking at, like, what can I get out of these people? Who excites me? What can I do with them? How much are they getting paid? If I lose them, how much do I save on the budget? So I don't know what Alistair's being paid. Let's say $1 million, right? Let's say Zelina's 800,000 or something, right? Let's say that together they're close to 2 million. And let's say that Triple H needs to save 10 million, right? Or 20 million. Losing Alistair and Zelina might save him 10% of what he's got to save. So if he doesn't cut them, he's going to have to cut someone else. And perhaps he's just more excited by the alternative. So it just comes down to, I got to make a decision. Someone's got to go. If it's not Alistair, it might be Rusev. And then, of course, you're just having a very similar conversation, aren't you? Where it's like, why did they bring Rusev back only to then cut him not long after? Which is the exact same conversation we're having about Alistair Black. So I think really it just comes down to decisions having to be made and about being more excited by alternative options. A lot of it might come down to how much people are being paid. The more you're being paid, the more you need to be connected with the audience. You know, if you're getting paid a really good amount of money and the connection's not there, you're a really easy person to cut, to be honest, because they'll take that saving. They'll take that saving and they'll invest that TV time in someone that's not being paid as much, but has potentially a good upside, like has got more potential to connect. So I know that people sometimes want this to be personal and they want it to be, oh, he just brought him back so he could fire him again or something like that, you know. I don't believe it's any of that. I think it comes down to, we brought him back because we were quite excited by his potential. Didn't really feel like we capitalized on that potential first time around. So we brought him back, tried a few things. Nothing worked. Nothing felt like it really landed. Didn't really feel like he was ever in the mix. And, you know, came to the point where budget had to be figured out. And he ends up being on the chopping block. So just didn't work out is kind of what it comes down to. It doesn't mean we have to like it if you are an Alistair fan or a Zelina fan, because I think you are well within your right to say, but how much of a chance did they get? I think you're well within your right to say that. You can say the exact same thing about the Wyatt Six. But at the end of the day, people were going to get cut. It was just who. And, you know, that decision then, of course, had to be made. So I think we all get that, though. I think we do all understand that. This is why when people on Friday were like, oh, do you like not know this happens? It's like, yeah, we know it happens. We're here every year for when it happens. But it doesn't mean that we have to be pleased about it or accept it or can't complain about it, you know? And certainly when it's people like Kyrie that we like, you know, I really like Kyrie. she's not my favorite female wrestler, but she's someone that I've got time for. Like, she's always doing fun little things before we go to the commercial break. She obviously had the backstage moments where she was all timid and Asuka would shout at her. They actually, I mean, they built up all this sympathy for Kyrie, actually, because she was being abused by Asuka. Kind of crazy that then, you know, in the middle of that story, the company just actually loses her job and there's no payoff to that, you know. But of course, it's not about paying off stories. It's about, we got to figure out the budget now. We got to sort it now. We've just called up all these people now. So it's got a decision that has to be made now. So it doesn't really matter where we are with certain stories. We got to pick the names and we got to, you know, move forward. And that's what they did. So, yeah, doesn't mean, though, that we got to be happy about it. So this is why, you know, I think the backlash over the weekend was very valid. The truth is, if it wasn't them, it would just end up being other people, right? So, but I think people know that. People are aware of that. Kyrie's better than like 80% of the female roster, said Truth Teller. They just haven't booked her right. And she clearly connects with the fans better, says Truth Teller. Bonkers said, we want Kyrie, but she's gone back to Japan for a bit. Yeah, that gone back to Japan thing might hurt Kyrie. People might be thinking like there's no point chanting for her because she's already gone back to Japan. That's a shame. That's a real shame. I think it's a shame that news came out today. I think it would have been better if that hadn't have come out, because I think it's just sort of put a bit of a dampener on things that she's kind of already moving on. That's how it feels. Feels like she's already accepted. She's already left America. So I think anyone thinking about we want Kyrie, it just gives them a bit of a second thought now of like, if Kyrie's accepted it, maybe I should accept it as well. It's just got that sort of tone to it. So I thought that was a real shame that came out today. Kai Plays, hello, shout out to you. And Kader said the crazy thing about Alistair's return was he didn't even get a full year since coming back. That is crazy. If anyone wants to put the point out there that he did not get chance to really show what he could do, I think that's a very valid point, honestly. And I think you could make that argument for a lot of the talent. And this is why the comments of Bubba Ray were so frustrating. He came out with comments that I thought were very wide of the mark. But then, to be honest, he comes out with a lot of stuff that I don't agree with. He came out and said, asked if he would give some advice to the LFG talents who have been released. I don't know the context of this, right? I don't know if he's being a character here or what, so I will give him that grace. But basically it says, I give them no advice. They're gone. There's one talent out there that got let go, and I see working hard on her own. In season 2, we saw Hayes Jameson, now known as Pinky Montoya, out there on the independent scene. No one knows why she was released, but she's trying to make it on her own on the indies, and she's trying to work her way back, maybe to LFG or Evolve or NXT. But I don't really have advice for the other talent. Maybe you should have taken it more seriously. Maybe you shouldn't have put your feet up on the table. Maybe you should have shook hands. Maybe you should have been more polite. Maybe you should have busted your ass a little bit more. Maybe you should have cut a better promo. You got 5 minutes. Get over or get out. This is not a business for boys and girls. It's a business for men and women. I'm not here to coddle anybody. I'm here to help you sign a contract with WWE, become a millionaire, make something of yourself, and help the business thrive into the future. I find those comments very frustrating, to be honest with you, because there's a person here that responded with what I thought was a very good response. He said, you got 5 minutes, get out or get over. That sounds great until you remember that most legends didn't get over in 5 minutes, and neither did the Dudley Boys. Today's system isn't built that way. NXT develops people, not cut them before they get a chance to figure it out. Releases aren't really about effort. It's more about budgets, timing, creative, how people fit in. It always has been. saying I don't have any advice and then listing everything they should have done is just stupid, right? There's nothing wrong with standards. Acting like everyone that got cut because they didn't work hard enough should not be how the business works. And I really agree with that. There is no way that list that you saw on Friday of people that lost their jobs, there is no way those people lost their jobs because everyone there was being lazy. And I think it's really damaging to them to sort of put a message out or even imply that that's the reason. It's really damaging. It's damaging to their reputation, and it's damaging to their perception that these people all got cut because they're lazy. And it's like, he has no idea why they got cut. And as this person said, most of the time it's to do with budgets, timing, creative, momentum. It's not about effort. It's normally other factors. And I think like those comments from him are a bit tone deaf, to be honest. Just sort of saying like, maybe you should have put more work in. Maybe you should have done this. Maybe that's true of some people on the list. I'm not going to say everyone was turning up first and leaving last and, you know, what can I do, sir? 3 bags full, sir. You know, I'm not saying that applies to everybody. I just think it's really dangerous to sort of imply that was the reason why that list of 20 plus people got cut was because they were being lazy. I don't believe Kyrie was being lazy, and that's the reason why she got cut. I don't believe that Alistair and Zelina were being lazy. I'd imagine they'd have some very choice words to make directly to Bubba if they felt like that was what he was implying of them, you know? So I don't think his comments help. And I think there will be people out there that unfortunately listen to that and go, yeah, that's right. You know, you're here to put the work in, and if you can't do it, then get out. And it's like, yeah, but that's not why these people got cut. You can't tell me that these 20 odd names were selected for that reason. So I just think it's a very dangerous message to put out there when the reality is there's so much more that goes into it. I think for me, it comes down to options. And that's the truth. It more comes down to, am I more excited to move forward with Sol Ruka and JC Jane? Or do I want to move forward with Zelina and Kyrie? I've only got so many spots. I've only got so much TV time. So who do I want to move forward with? Who can I creatively, who are the fans a bit more excited about? Who can I creatively kind of come up with some stuff for? Wow, you know, Fatal Influence and Sol Ruka. I feel like there's more I can do with them right now than Zelina and Kyrie and Tyra May Steele and whoever else, you know, Carly Bright, blah, blah, blah. And I think it comes down to options. I think it comes down to roster places. And I don't think it comes down to effort. I think it comes down to momentum and stuff. And a lot of that can be through booking. I mean, a lot of that could be through the way that you're being presented. I mean, the truth is that a lot of these people that are getting called up now can fall to the exact same trap. We see loads of people come up from NXT that get called up that are flavor of the month. That then you fast forward a couple of years and they're out of favor, you know? And then it's time for them to go, and we just bring up the next lot then. And it's just this never-ending sort of cycle, really. So, yeah, I didn't like those comments. I thought they were a bit tone deaf. I don't think that kind of a comment really needs to be made, but I don't know. Is that maybe it's just a bit of a public persona thing that he's trying to put out there? Perhaps they were comments taken slightly out of context. I'm not sure. But I saw a little bit of a backlash to those. Big Time said, if you was WWE, how are you going to gain trust, keep talent, or lure names from AEW if you're going to offer them a boatload of money, but then fire them after 7 months like Gallows and Anderson and now Santos? Well, that's the gamble, isn't it? I mean, that's always been the gamble. The gamble is that do you take a chance on yourself, go to WWE and not quite know how you're going to be used? I mean, it's a gamble if you go to AEW because we can list a load of names there as well, can't we? I mean, the truth is this is just the same problem everywhere. I mean, look at how Jack Swagger was used, Jake Hager was used in AEW, you know? Look at how Britt Baker's being used in AEW right now. I mean, you can go down a list of people that aren't really being used very well in AEW, just like you can go down a list in WWE, I would imagine. Same is true in New Japan. I think the truth of the wrestling business is you always need more wrestlers than TV time that you have, because you could always have an injury, or you could always have someone walk out, or a suspension, or an illness, or flight delays. So you're always going to need someone on the subs bench, you know? So I just think it's true of most sports. You're always going to have more players than you've got playing time. And we don't live in a perfect world where everyone gets the same amount of time, right? And so you're going to have people like Apollo Crews, like, you know, a tag division that keeps misfiring, which means Fraxium, Motor City are going to miss out. That TV time will go to the places Triple H feels it needs to go to. If you're someone that believes in yourself, and you're someone that you believe can go in and make an impression and connect with the audience and get them to care about you, and you're going to back yourself, well, then you go to WWE, don't you? If you're someone that doesn't believe that you can do that, and you just think WWE are going to do it for you, I'm going to go there, they're going to get behind me, they're going to make me a star, they're going to make me a star, I think the evidence shows that's not the case. You know, if you're going to hope that the machine will get behind you and that will do it, I'm sure there's examples where that has happened, but you've got to take that ownership yourself. I think at the core, that's kind of what Bully was trying to say. I just think it was badly worded. And I think it kind of put out a bit of perception that's not very constructive, saying that it's all the talent's fault. Some of the talent can take some of the blame, but we've equally got to dish out blame to the creative teams. I mean, if we were sat here after the Wyatt 6 had debuted and they'd done everything we had suggested about the Wyatt 6 and it still hadn't worked, maybe we would be feeling very different. But the fact that since they debuted, we have consistently said, this is not good enough. They are not presenting them the way this group needs to be presented. This is not just another team, right? This is something special. This has got a whole world to it. These have got like very distinctive characters. You got to put the work in. You got to present these characters. You got to present this group. Like, you got to put that work in. And they didn't. They consistently did not. From the moment that we did that attack in the gorilla position, everything after that, maybe with the exception of The Miz being kidnapped for a week, right? Everything after that, put it in the bin, right? Maybe you keep the videotapes, right? But even if you put them in the bin, I'm not bothered. But maybe you keep the videotapes where Nikki, in those first few weeks, was bringing videotapes to Michael Cole. But the point still remains. People will say, you know, they had 2 years or whatever it might have been. You know, they should have got over, blah, blah, blah. I put it all in the bit. It was all irrelevant. There's no point giving TV time if you're not giving them good TV time. TV time alone does not get people over. There's lots of jobbers that had TV time. I mean, Steve Lombardi, the Brooklyn Brawler, had plenty of TV time, right? He just kept jobbing out to people. So it's not about the amount of TV time. It's about how you use that TV time. And the way they used it for the Wyatt 6 sucked. So you're left frustrated. I'd imagine they're very frustrated. And I'd imagine as well, they don't strike me as the kind of people that would have just stayed quiet. I could imagine, you know, each individually kind of go in and pitch in a few things. Can I have a word? And maybe if we do this, maybe if we do that. I can't imagine that they were just coming in going, yes, boss, no, boss. You know, I'd imagine that there was enough of them. I've got to imagine, you know, after a little while, they all got together and were like, how do we fix this? And then it must have felt good when they had the Halloween Horror Night thing, because that must have felt like, well, we're doing something right, you know? Universal have done this Halloween house. So, I mean, we must be doing something right. But, look at what they've done with them this year. I mean, even this year couldn't even make it to WrestleMania. And that was what was the most exciting thing about their feud with MFTs? Some stupid lantern being stolen. that they'd done no work in advance of telling us was even important. You know, it's not like this lantern was the centerpiece of that group. It just got brought down to the ring. I mean, you could have stole the chair. It would have had as much meaning. To me, it was just rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. So I think if you are a Wyatt 6 fan that's frustrated, I understand. If you are a Kyrie fan that's frustrated, an Aleister Black fan that's frustrated, a Tyra May Steele fan that's frustrated, I don't know what the flip she was meant to do. She's an Olympic gold medalist who, every time I saw her in Evolve, came out, was pretty bouncy. If she had come out and been timid and had got on the microphone and been rubbish, you know, you'd go, okay, I see it. But she had a bit of personality. She would come out, she'd be like, yeah, get in there, chucking girls around, interacting with the crowds. I mean, they made her the winner of season 2 of LFG. So I know that's just a TV show, but they still crowned her the best. Of all the women on that show, they still said she was the one with the most potential. She was the one that wins that contract to NXT. She's the one that they were most excited about with all those girls. And, you know, apparently there's people in NXT going, if the winner of LFG can find herself being cut, what's the point in LFG? Like, even if you win that thing, it doesn't mean anything. Like, she just lost her job. So, I don't know, man. I don't know what went wrong there. I don't know if they just couldn't find a way of presenting her, if there was some issues behind the scenes. I mean, you never quite know, obviously, what's going on. And maybe some of it could have been more personality, could have been behavioural. But creative have got to take a blame for a chunk of it as well. I think putting it like Bully Ray did, all on the talent, is just not the right thing. A lot of it comes down to options. Daze, who do we pick to join Judgment Day? I think they need another male. I would pick a big guy as their protection, said Tom. That's a tricky one, to be honest, because I don't like big groups. I don't think any group needs to be more than 4 people. I think Judgment Day has been too big for too long. I think it's really hard to get spotlight on everyone. I mean, right now you got 3 girls in that group. You can run with them as their own little group, like a group within a group. But I think like it's hard to get them in the ring at the same time, in a segment, all getting promo time. I think factions up to 4 are fine. You know, Shield at 3, Fatal Influence at 3. Judgment Day being, well, I mean, if they get another guy in, there's 6 people in Judgment Day. They have to do like backstage segments to try and, you know, move stories along and whatever. Like, you don't often get all of them together out in the ring because it's just hard to give them all spotlight. It's a big group. So I wouldn't mind a big guy coming in, but I think I'd have to kick JD out or someone out. I'd have to kick someone out of that group to put someone else in. I don't think I'd be looking for a group for 6. I think we can agree, that Judgment Day has not been brilliant for the likes of Finn Balor. It's probably helped get JD TV time, but I don't know. Would he have been further along if he'd been doing stuff outside of Judgment Day? Has Judgment Day helped? I don't know. Would he have just got cut if he wasn't in Judgment Day? I don't know. Would he be in a tag team with someone, doing something a bit more interesting? Would he be competing for a mid-card title now? Again, I don't know. I don't have the answers to it. I think like I always get nervous going over 4. And so, I don't know. I can't say that I'm really rushing to bring someone else in. But if you was going to bring someone in, you could bring in like a Royce Keys or something like that if you wanted like a bigger character. Or he's not on Raw, is he? You'd go Rusev or someone if you wanted someone that had a bit of size. But yeah, groups over 4 always make me a bit nervous. Daze, I'm wondering if part of the reason why Tyra got released, said Rapturous, was because she might have been paid more due to her being a gold medalist, but she was primarily being used in Evolve and rarely on NXT. Well, the amount of money that she was being paid could be one of the reasons, and it could be that was an easy way of cutting her. But why not just move her to NXT? I mean, if you're paying her NXT money, just get her going on NXT. I mean, what I saw of her in Evolve, she looked fine. She didn't look out of her depth. She looked absolutely fine. She looked like the kind of person that can do some stuff that, you know, you could put her in a match. She was fine. Her match quality was fine. I'm not aware that she was like injuring girls or anything like this. There was no chatter of that. Promos were absolutely fine. Again, if I was watching her on Evolve and it felt like she was just not getting it, maybe I'd feel different. I mean, we all know what a bad promo looks like. We know what bad matches look like. I did not see either of those out of her. Her promos are better than Easy Dame's promos. Her match quality is fine. Her match quality, I just don't see any reason why it couldn't have been on NXT. So maybe the amount of money she was being paid was a factor. Perhaps if she had been on less, then perhaps she could have avoided being cut. But I don't know. She's a gold medalist. Someone that I think has a real upside. Someone that I think you can work with and really get somewhere with. And frustrating. I really liked her. I thought she was good. She was good. She was good in Evolve. I can't give you a reason why you wouldn't have given her a go and a run on NXT, but someone somewhere has obviously made the decision that saving the money was the better option. And that's the exact same thing with the Wyatt Six, that saving the money right now is the better option rather than investing. It comes down to that, doesn't it? I'm saying invest in Tyra May Steele. I'm saying she's an Olympic gold medalist. She's passionate about WWE. Invest in her. And someone somewhere has decided that was not the right way forward. So whatever the reason, they decided saving the money was better. So I'm frustrated about that with her. I'm frustrated about that with Kyrie. Obviously, we're frustrated about that with the Wyatt Six. But as we said, if it wasn't those people, it would end up being other people. It just sucks. This time of year just sucks. Daze, what I'm saying, would we prefer to see Becky Soul feud? We could get Becky Soul happening for the Intercontinental. I'd be down for that, yeah, definitely. I'd be down for that. Jim said, I don't think the reason why the releases happened, all that matters was that they were just unjustly released, says Jim Gore. Jim, hope you're well, buds. Big Time said, I wonder if the Wyatt Six was 2-3 members, could they have been saved? 5 did make them an easy target. MFT's definitely at risk considering the size of that group. I just think it's hard. I think it was hard for the Wyatt Six with 5 to get everyone having matches. There's not really big factions for them to feud with. So once they're done with the MFTs, what do they do then? I mean, maybe they could have moved and gone into a program with Judgment Day. That would have been good for Judgment Day and for the Wyatt Six. So, I mean, that was an option on the table. We hadn't done that, but once they're done with Judgment Day, where do you go after that? Maybe Bloodline. If we're about to put Bloodline back together, I mean, perhaps you could have found a way of just bouncing from group as they kind of formed to group and doing it that way, you know? But, I mean, we're not sat on a load of factions. And we can agree that the booking of Nikki was no good. I mean, she was not having any matches. The booking of Rowan was no good. I mean, they did feel like spare wheels, didn't they? I mean, they did not feel like they were desperately needed. So, really, it was just the 2 lads. It was Gacy and Loomis that were being used. And then in this MFT feud, we would get a bit of Howdy. Even with this MFT feud, we still didn't find a way of really using Nikki Cross. I mean, she must have been so frustrated. Really, really frustrated. So, I don't know. It's frustrating. It's not what we wanted. My whole timeline has just been people trying to find reasons as to why this happened. And, well, the truth is it happens every year. And it just came down to they felt the saving was the right option rather than investing in the talent at this point. So, it's one of those things. We were disappointed by releases in the past. We've been disappointed this year. We'll be disappointed next year. But I have to stress that I'm certainly not apologetic for being disappointed. I do find the approach of this happens, accept it, deal with it. I do find that very weird. I can't understand that mentality. That mentality to me is a bit alien because, yes, this happens every year, but we don't have to, be happy about it. We don't have to, people losing their jobs, people that we like as well. It's not like people we don't know. We've been watching Kyrie's story. We've been watching the Wyatt Six. I've been watching all of them. I was really disappointed in Tyra May Steele, as everyone knows, because she was someone I really enjoyed watching in Evolve on a Wednesday. So, I'm certainly not going to apologize when I see people that I really like losing their jobs and going and whatnot. I get that it happens every year, but that's why we were so affected on Friday, so disappointed. And I'll tell you now, I'll be disappointed again next time, because I'm sure there'll be more great talent that lose their jobs. And again, once again, it'll come down to options. WWE will make the call. Do we want to go with these people, or do we want to go with this emerging talent? And the emerging talent is obviously always going to get the nod. So we're always going to be in this situation. We'll be back here next year. And it is worth mentioning that Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer have sort of hinted that it might not be done. They've sort of hinted there could be more developmental releases. We don't know that for certain, but they seem to be suggesting that they're aware of other names, or they're aware of more cuts coming. So there could even be some more that leave, but it would be at the NXT developmental level more so than the main roster level. I think the main roster level cuts are done now. I think they're done. Okay, Kyle, hello. Daze, I got a question about OBS. I'm running into an issue. I tried to record a video, but when I'm done, I don't hear anything. I disabled my desktop audio and I double-checked my microphone. Well, do you have on your audio mixer, do you have a level showing when you talk? When I'm talking right now on my mixer, I can see the microphone level going up, and it's registering. So that says that my microphone is being received by OBS. So if I was to record now, it would have the audio in there. So that would be my starting point. Then you'd want to have a look in the settings to make sure that that's all set up correctly. Best thing you can do is ChatGPT it, because that will get you your specific issue. If you type in exactly the details, I use ChatGPT for that sort of stuff all the time to try and figure out, this isn't working, how do I fix it? So I would recommend that, but you should have something showing on your audio mixer. G Doggy Dog said it does suck to see people losing their jobs. Thank goodness there are other options for people to get another chance. I agree, but Rage Warrior said hopefully WWE will give us a great Raw tonight, help get our minds off the cuts and the disappointments from WrestleMania. Well, I am over the releases, to be honest. I am in an okay place. I feel fine. I feel like the weekend. The thing was that you got to remember that news was coming through, it came through literally minutes before we went live. I had enough time just to do a video about Nikki Cross has lost her job. And I say in that video, this feels like the start of others. This is how it goes. Normally one comes through and it's then a wave. And that's what we saw. And obviously all of that was dripping through. And that was the other thing as well. It wasn't that we just got the list. It was 10 minutes later, here's another name. 10 minutes later, here's another name. We couldn't get off the topic because there was always another name coming through. So, it just dominated the SmackDown stream, of course. And a lot of people after were saying they just couldn't really get into the SmackDown show because of the fact that, the releases had overshadowed it. I don't know about you. I'm feeling in a better place right now. I'm feeling like I've had a good weekend, been able to kind of get a bit of sleep, I suppose, after a really hectic WrestleMania weekend. We've got a big May coming up with, obviously, Backlash, Clash in Italy, Saturday night's main event. I'm really looking forward to getting my teeth into those shows. Disappointed that there was no big wrestling show, to be honest, on Saturday. I was looking at AAA, but it wasn't like the biggest card for AAA. If AAA had had some big championship match or something, we would have done it. But instead, I was just trying to catch up with stuff. It took me absolutely ages to get caught up with the community video. I'm ready to record that. I'm going to actually get that done tomorrow. So I've had to go through that folder. I went all the way back a week on my Twitter notifications, trying to go through and catch up with as much as possible, trying to make sure that, I've kind of caught everything. I'm sure there's still stuff that's kind of gone between the cracks. But this is why I say, like, I don't need tagging in news, because my notifications just get flooded with, like, people tagging me in news stories. Obviously, I can get my news from Wrestle Purists, Wrestle Talk. I can get it from loads of places online. And so really what I'm looking for is, my notifications being for other things. But like, obviously with the releases, WrestleMania weekends, the reaction to WrestleMania, the reaction to Monday Night Raw last week, like my notifications were just an absolute mess. It took hours and hours and hours. So, I mean, it took so long to kind of get caught up with all of that. But I'm in a good place now. I'm ready to record that video tomorrow. And as I said, I think, having that time as well, being able to sort of let it all sink in and read the reactions and hear what other people are saying. And yeah, I mean, I'm in a better spot with it all. So I think we can certainly look forwards, hopefully, to a really fun May. Obviously, Backlash not too far away, and then very quickly after, we've got Saturday night's main event. We've got Clash in Italy. There's a lot coming up in May. So it should be a fun, busy month. Lots to look forward to. Wrestle Andy, hello. Said Daze, hope we get a 2-night Mania in 2 different locations, like Mania 2, if it does change next year. Yeah, there was this rumour doing the rounds that they are looking at a 1-night Mania. I don't know how true it is. I really don't know how true it is. I'm not sure if that is what they're going to do. We was just talking on the member stream about how that would be a concern for me. I think that 1-night Mania has got its pros, but I think it's also got a lot of cons. The pros of a 1-night Mania is, could you imagine if you just took the best of this year's Mania, put it onto one night, and, hopefully that would be a fantastic show. Yeah. The thing is, though, you would never drop Cody Randy if you was doing one night. That match would have to still feature. And we know that it just stunk the place out. I mean, the match itself is not great. It builds. It has a little moment towards the end. But with all the Pat stuff and all of that stuff, it would have to feature. It would have to be on the show. And we know it just wasn't that great. Becky AJ Lee was there. I mean, it was okay. It was nice to see AJ Lee have that entrance. But, I mean, the match itself is not that special. I can't imagine them cutting that if we go down to a one-night show. I suppose the point I'm making is it's great on paper to say that a one-night Mania would be perfect and fantastic. But the truth is, we had a lot of one-night Manias going all the way up to WrestleMania 35. They were all one-night Manias. And lots of them suck, right? And so this idea that we're going to go back to a one-night Mania and now it's going to be amazing because we'll just put the best of the 2 nights onto one night, you don't know what's going to be good and what's not going to be good until it's happened. And also, some of those bigger championship matches, you can't drop them. So you would have to suffer Cody Randy. Like, that would have to be on the one-day show. And so, yeah, you'd be able to maybe cut some matches that maybe didn't deliver that you could cut. But it doesn't mean that you're now all of a sudden going to have a one-night Mania that's going to be perfect. So, I think back to WrestleMania 40, and I used this in the member stream. I was saying Jimmy J, that match, the Usos against each other, actually had a lot of excitement going into it. Because, come on, they're twins. think of all the wrestling they've done against each other. If any two people are going to put on a banger, it's probably going to be Jimmy versus Jay. The chemistry that they're going to have as brothers, twin brothers, they're going to put it all out. This is their moment to shine. No one else in the ring apart from them two going at each other. I suppose in a way it's like a dream brought to life. You know, they were fighting surely as kids in their bedrooms, in their families' wrestling rings, and now here they get to do it in front of the world. It's one of the worst matches. It's one of the absolute worst matches of kind of recent times. Just did not work. Loads of super kicks being spammed and people being like bored, and I mean, it was rubbish. And that would make it. That year, that would have made it. So I think like there's pros and cons. I mean, the pro is that it's one night. It hopefully will be the best that they've got, and you know it'll be obviously an amazing show. The cons are there's no way of knowing what is good or bad until you've actually done it. Some of the big title matches are going to have to feature. You would have had Jade Rhea on a one-night show, right? Turned out to be okay in the end. But, you know, I don't think anyone's saying that that's one of the greatest women's matches or anything, right? That would have to have still made it. For me, I don't know about you, but I kind of like the 2 days as well. I kind of like the 2 days. I kind of like the fact that we have that Saturday, and if it goes wrong, we've got the chance for it to be repaired the next day. You know, we were down on Saturday night. Could you imagine if that was it? Could you imagine if that was WrestleMania and we were done? And that was it. There was so much heartbreak and heartache and everything on the Saturday night. I mean, the Sunday really turns things around. You could argue that second night really did get some momentum back into the fan base, put some smiles on faces. If your first day goes wrong, you've got that second day to repair it. I also think back to like WrestleMania 38, 39, 40. Those three manias are regarded as three of the best of all time. Whenever you see a ranking list, WrestleMania 38, 39, 40, they normally feature towards the top of someone's ranking. So this idea that like 2-night manias don't work is an absolute myth. 38, 39, 40 completely dispel that. They're not perfect, but one-day manias are not perfect. We had 35 of them. Yeah, we had things like WrestleMania 9. We had things like WrestleMania 11. Yeah, there was things like WrestleMania 27. Even 35. I mean, 35 was the last one-day mania, and it's bloated. It's way too long. You were absolutely shattered by the time you got to the end of it. Loads of throwaway matches on there. I mean, you tell me, where are the bangers on WrestleMania 35? It's not a WrestleMania people look back on with fondness, and that was the last one-night mania. So I think for me, the cons outweigh the pros when it comes to a one-night mania. I'd much rather keep it 2 nights now. But I get why some would want to go back to 1, because the feeling is 2 doesn't work. Just look at night 1 this year. But I would say just go back to 38, 39, 40. Those are regarded as some of the best manias we've had. 2-night manias can work. And I also think we should strive to have 2 great days. Wouldn't it be better to have 2 great days of Mania rather than just 1 great day of Mania? Wouldn't it be great to have a great Saturday and a Sunday? I think we should strive for that. Definitely gets more people on the cards. Definitely means that the builds, you got more to build than if you just do one night. You ain't doing 14 matches on a one-night Mania. Not unless you want to go 6 hours. Now, I've got no desire to watch a 6-hour WrestleMania. So, I don't know. And I don't really get how it works from an ESPN point of view. Because they've paid a lot of money, and surely part of the deal is that they get 2 manias. I mean, even financially, I mean, like, perhaps WWE don't care because Saudi are paying 100 million. So perhaps WWE feel like they've made their money, and perhaps that's the truth. A lot of it comes down to money, doesn't it? Really, WWE don't need to worry about ticket sales next year. Saudi's paid 100 million. So, you know, they're kind of, whatever they make. Everything else is a bonus. I wonder if they're just like, let's do one night next year. We'll just, you know, Saudi will be happy with it as long as they get some people going over. We'll try and get as many over as we can. But if you're an American and you're going to get on a plane and you're going to go to Saudi Arabia for the weekends, don't you want 2 days of WrestleMania? Like, that's a long way to travel, and then you're only going to have 1 day. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll have to see what they decide. But I really wonder how this works for ESPN. And I wonder how it works for the fans as well that are going to make that journey. Surely they are making a big commitment then. Surely they want 2 days rather than 1 day. I mean, surely Saudi want the full Mania experience, which in 2027 is not 1 day. So, I don't know. I got a lot to say on it. I'm not convinced by it. I personally am a fan of 2 days now. I've been converted. But I know there's some out there that will feel different, understandably so. Daze, what I'm confused by is that if you have disgruntled talents that want to leave, then let them go. Instead, we try to convince them with big cash and then go, whoops, we need the money back. You can go to AEW. I don't know. I don't know who was disgruntled that we threw a load of money at. Would that be like Santos Escobar? That's the one that I would like a bit of explaining to. But then he's just picked up an injury, hasn't he? So perhaps they brought him back with this idea that, okay, he can help us with AAA. We can do this. We can do that. And now he's gone and got injured. And then it's time to look at the budget again. And now he's on a bigger wage. And so they've just gone, to know what? We were probably right the first time. I wonder if it's just something along those lines. Apparently Vicky is going to be refereeing tonight on Raw, so congratulations to her. Nick said, do we think Zilla debuts at Backlash, as he is fighting Lance on the May 1st House of Glory for the title? Backlash is on 9th with Jacob Roman. I don't expect Zilla to go to the main roster. Zilla is kind of on indies, so House of Glory, Reality of Wrestling. I don't think you necessarily go from those promotions to the main roster. Solo Sikoa went to NXT first. Obviously, the likes of Tala, Tama, Tonga Loa, they all came from New Japan and went to the main roster. Jacob was in MLW, which is not the biggest, probably about the 4th biggest promotion, but it's still bigger than Reality of Wrestling House of Glory. So I think if Zilla was in TNA, if Zilla was in MLW, certainly if Zilla was in AEW, then I'd feel more confident that he could transition straight to the main roster. But at the moment, my expectation would be that he would probably go NXT first. I don't know that they necessarily feel like they need to add him to the main roster right now. Roman's only around seemingly for the summer, so I'm not sure how long-term this kind of bloodline story is going to be. I expect Roman to go back to being part-time once we sort of get past SummerSlam. I think they've kind of switched around his dates. I think they've probably stacked the summer. It's probably going to be quite quiet post SummerSlam for Roman. There's no word as to when this period ends for him. So, you know, he did say this part-time thing, we need to address that. You're going to see a lot more of me over the summer. I think some people have interpreted that as him saying I'm around all the time, full-time, forever. I did not interpret it that way. I think he's saying we need to figure out this part-time thing, this part-time label. Well, I'm going to be around for the summer. I think he was basically saying I'm here for the summer. Once we're out of the summer, probably we go back to the part-time thing, to be honest. So, no, I'm not expecting Zilla, no. Newcastle United for life. Shout out to you, my friends. Love the videos. I'm 20. just a year younger than me. I've been going through a battle with mental illness. I've also got autism, but even through hard times, your videos have helped. Well, thank you, my friends. Yeah, I'm really pleased to hear that. I'm always pleased to hear where the channel has been able to help people. Obviously, we just talk about wrestling, but I think that it is because we do it so often, and certainly the streams, and we start 2 hours before and everything, we've got that community, and it gives people a place to hang and share their thoughts. And I encourage people doing that in the chat. And I certainly don't need people to be agreeing with me. If you are passionate that WrestleMania is better as a one day, you have to say your piece. I have absolutely no issue with that. So yeah, great. I'm just really pleased that not only hopefully are those unseen videos informative, maybe fun at times where we can get some fun clips in there, but yeah, if they can help in other ways, then that's fantastic. So Newcastle United for life. Shout out to you, buds. Word Life Cena fan said, Daze, out of all the releases, who would we like WWE to bring back? I would say Kyrie, said Word Life Cena fan. I would say Kyrie, but I would also say Tyra May Steele because I really liked her. But I would say Kyrie. The reason for that is because I think that she is easy to bring back. I think that she is someone that you could really get behind. I think we were doing a story with her being abused by Asuka. I think it would have been very interesting to have seen Kyrie kind of in that story and seen where it resulted, you know? I mean, maybe we could have had Io and kind of Kyrie hanging around with each other a little bit. We just had a Rio type team. So maybe we could have had Io and Kyrie for a little bit. I think Kyrie kind of going off on her own. I could see her being a mid-card champ. I actually think maybe Kyrie doing a open challenge with the Intercontinental Championship. I'd like to have seen that. If you think about what that did for Carmelo, I'd like to have seen Kyrie in that position. I feel like Io doesn't need that. She's seen as the gold standard when it comes to in-ring performers. She's kind of like, in my eyes, the best we've got. Out of men and women, I would say Io is the top, right? Obviously, Rhea Ripley doesn't really need that. She's one of the biggest stars that we've got. Becky doesn't need that belt either. Like, you know, she can go back around the world title or get into a feud with someone. I mean, she could have just feuded with AJ Lee and the belt could have not been involved. And to be honest with you, that probably would have made a lot more sense. So Kyrie coming back, winning the mid-card belt, doing some open challenges, teaming with Io for a little bit. Like, I feel like there's a very easy way forward. It doesn't even feel like it's hard work to book her. She's very likable. I think she's got a connection with the fans. I think that's evident with the amount of support we've seen for her over the weekends. And as much as I'd love to sit here and say Wyatt 6, I think we all know that for that group to work, it's going to take a lot of investment. It's going to take a lot of work. We all saw Nightbirds and we loved it and we enjoyed it. And then it was very, very evident that they were not willing to put that level of work in on a regular basis. They were not going to present that group the way they needed to be presented. The problem with the Wyatt 6 is they don't really work as just another group. You can't just present them as another team that's got a slight edge to them, you know? And that's what they became. They became a tag team that have got these interesting entrants and, you know, interesting characters, but we're not going any further with it than that. And that's what they became. And we waited and waited and waited for them to book them properly, and they didn't. And I have no confidence, zero confidence, that if you brought the Wyatt 6 back, that they would actually start booking them the way we want. So we can call for them to bring them back, and I will support those calls. But honestly, hand on heart, it's probably just going to be more of the same. And what we just had was not good enough because creatively they just didn't use them correctly. So that's my, not hesitation, but that's my concern. That's my concern. That's my concern. That's why the We Want Kyrie campaign is a lot easier to sort of get with, because I don't think she needs that kind of work. As I said, open challenges, put her with You know, she's a really nice person. Just get across how nice she is backstage. And then if she ever gets attacked, you know, I mean, massive heat on whoever attacks Kyrie. Kyrie's the best of us. She's this, you know, angel that we all love. I mean, you don't lay your hands on Kyrie. So I would be bringing her back, doing some of that stuff with her. And I think she's very easy to work with, very easy to book. I can't imagine she was on that much money. She doesn't strike me as the kind of person that was earning big bucks. I mean, the amount of money they must have saved on her was, I don't know. I mean, it was mentioned earlier, could it be a case that, you know, they just couldn't come to an agreement on a new deal or something for her? Maybe there's a chance of that. Maybe she wanted a bit more out of a contract or something. They couldn't reach an agreement. She ended up going. I don't know. I seriously don't know, because it's not been revealed as to who's been released and who is just running out of kind of contract, if you will. So, I mean, there's still lots of details that haven't come through. But, I don't know. All of that is still yet to be revealed. But, yeah, I think the Kyrie one, I mean, you've only got to look online. I mean, I'd say the We Want Kyrie was the louder campaign. It baffles me they got rid of Kyrie, said Tom, and they kept Creeds or Ivy. Well, I don't really want to get into they should have done this, they should have done that. I think if they had got rid of someone else, we probably would be sat here having a conversation. You know, that's kind of a never-ending conversation, isn't it? If they got rid of someone else, then people could sit here and go, I can't believe they've done that, rather than this person or that person. So I tend to just look at who we did get rid of. And obviously, the Kyrie one has been very, very badly received. And also, you got to say, the Wyatt 6 one, they were trending at times. Just sat here right now, actually. Obviously, we've only got about half an hour to go. And again, I mean, look at this. So the comment section on the WWE preview for Raw, we want Kyrie, we want Kyrie, we want Kyrie, we want Kyrie, we want Kyrie button. We want Kyrie. First match should be Kyrie, then it should be Kyrie, then it should be Kyrie. We want Kyrie. We can't give up, guys. We have voice and power. We want Kyrie, we want Kyrie, we want Kyrie. I mean, this is what we're seeing online. It's Kyrie that's got the backing. And I think the reason for that is not because people don't care about the other releases. I think, obviously, a big part of it was that she was in the middle of a story that was building up sympathy for her. I think she's always been a very likable person as well. She's always come across as really likable. She's on her own as well. Like, the Wyatt 6 all got cut as a group, but Kyrie's gone on her own. Do you know what I mean? It's not like they cut Asuka and Io and other people that were in that story. And so you kind of look at it and go, it's just not right. It's not right. Like, Kyrie is just this lovely person that the fans like and should be quite easy to book. And did you really save that much money by cutting Kyrie? I can understand you saved a fair bit by cutting the Wyatt 6. That's 5 people. I can understand that. And I can understand how hard it would be to book a group of that size. Again, these are the problems with the Wyatt 6. But the Kyrie one just doesn't make sense. I do wonder, I agree, I do wonder if there's something in that it was more they just couldn't reach an agreement on a contract or something. What's this? Body Slam Nets. As Fightful have mentioned, NXT talent were let go due to the fact that there are new talent that has been signed but yet to be announced. Another source noted that the majority of the NXT releases happened because the talent hadn't shown progression that they were looking for within a certain time frame. So, again, that's the kind of behind the scenes stuff that we don't get sort of visibility on. Maybe that is a Tyra May Steele, but then you go, well, you made her the winner of LFG season 1 like not that long ago. So I mean, you put her on a show and said she was doing great. How can we, you know, not too far removed from that, now be in a situation where she loses her job? Maybe that explains a Carly Bright, I don't know, a Luca Crucifino. I mean, you never quite know who they're referring to. I certainly don't think it's fair or wise to sort of just put everyone in the same pot, you know. But that coming from, what was that report from? Body Slam was that? Body Slam Net, that was. Okay, half an hour to go. Let's get through as many as possible. Rapturous said, I think the worst release is Storywork, Kyrie and Motor City, as now a match between Asuka and Io doesn't make any sense. The central point is gone, and now the Johnny Depression story is in limbo, said Rapturous. Triple A said, Daze, people saying Rock Roman next year's Mania because of Saudi. If that happens, when are we doing Ober Roman? What Ober Roman's meant to be later this year. If Rock is here, we do that match, says Triple A. Connor said, Daze, did we hear the news about Triple H signing a new multi-year deal? Well, they think he has. But I don't think it's been, like, totally confirmed. Stephanie Vicker said, feeling they'll do the same if Kyrie returns. I hope it's soon, no later than Backlash. I hope that she helps Asuka. And then on Unreal, they say it's a work. Interesting. Billy said, Days, out of all that got released, who could we say really is a champion or a face of WWE? The answer is none of them. That's not the point. It's not the point. It's not about being a champion. You don't need people or everyone to be champion. Like, what you need is you just need pieces to work with. So you need people for feuds. You need people for tag teams. You just, it's not about who's going to go on to be the face of the company. I mean, the vast majority of people won't achieve that, and are not here to achieve that. So it comes down to the piece. I mean, look, it comes down to options, doesn't it? As we've said before. So it's not about who's going to go on to be the face of the company, who's going to go on to, do this. Like, Apollo Crews kept a job for 11 years and he was not going to go on to be the face of the company, right? Candice LeRae, I don't think is going to go on to be, the face of the women's division. She's kept her job. I don't think Ivy Nile is going to do that. She's kept her job. But the truth is, you need people that can put others over. You need people that can be put into tag teams. You need people for factions. You need people that can win a mid-card belt. Like, do you know what I mean? You need lots of different people to make up a roster. I mean, if you think back to Hulkamania, you just needed people on the roster that could lose to Hogan and be, around the mid-cards, connect with the audience. If you look at someone like Kyrie, it's hard to say she's not connected with the audience when you're seeing the sort of heartbreak that's out there right now, You're seeing a lot of people saying, we want Kyrie, and you're seeing people speak out about wanting her. I mean, that says to me that a connection there has been made. So I think, for me, this is why it's disappointing to see some of these people go, because you do feel like, given a bit more of an opportunity, Kyrie could give you more. And so, this is why people want Kyrie to kind of come back and be given that opportunity. So I wouldn't look at it as like who's going to be the next face of the company, who's going to be a champion, because not everyone on the roster is going to achieve that. And that's okay. The roster's made up of a lot of different people. Arsenal said, we need jobbers too, because there's the same matches every week. We need more superstars. The top billionaires' money builds a better product. Well, we do need a better product, yes. Jacob said, what do we think Dominic's future son name will be? Ray? I don't know. That's a very random question. What do we think Dominic's future son name will be? Car said, who do we think will win the mask on May 30th? I think it will be Ludwig. Jesse said, I am stoked to see my favourite wrestling couple, Seth and Becky. Jesse, have you got your ammo coffee? Jesse, which flavour did you purchase, please? We looked earlier and there were 3 flavours that were sold out. I'm just going to have a look now, see if any of the others have gone. As of right now, there are still 3 flavors left. So you can have watermelon candy, tropic passion, or fruit punch. You cannot have chocolate strawberry unless you already purchased it. Berry blossom is gone, and shortbread cookie is gone as well. So, Jesse, if you're a big fan, which one did you purchase? Matteo said, Daze, hope you're doing well. Looking forward to tonight. Who do we think could interrupt Seth, Becky, Joe Hendry? Well, Becky is going to be moving on. I don't think AJ Lee's sticking around. So whoever's around the mid-cards, they might want to move with Sol Ruka. I mean, we could absolutely set up that as a match. I don't know what we're going to do with some of the women's tag teams. I mean, do we keep going with Lyra and Bayley? What would be the purpose of that? I mean, is it better now to kind of have them split apart? I mean, do you do Lyra going back after Becky? Do you have Bayley going after Becky? Do you have Sol, who only just come up? Do you have her going after Becky? So, you know, you've got options there. In regards to Seth, I mean, clearly he's on a collision with Bron Breakker. So that's the direction we're going there. In regards to Joe Hendry, I think you just want a pretty low-level talent. You know, you'd want someone like a Miz. You'd want a heel that's fairly low-level that Joe Hendry can just get into a little story with. Joe Hendry's only just coming up, so you're going to want him to get a victory straight out of the gates. It's not really much point him losing in his first feuds. So let's just have a quick look at the Raw roster, and then I'll be able to give you some sort of name of a low-level heel. Could it be a Bravo? Could it be one of the Los Americanos type characters? And they kind of went after Javon when he first came up. So, I mean, you know, that kind of makes sense. One of the Los Americanos guys. Don't have loads of low-level heels by the looks of it. Bravo, Ryo. Not going to be Rusev, is it? Could it be someone from the New Day? Could you bring, like, Xavier out? Or Kofi out? Grayson? One of those kind of names? Again, they're pretty much low level, not really doing a great deal at the moment. So, one of those kinds of names. I don't think it'll be anyone from Judgment Day. I don't think they're looking for a new fight. Ryo, Bravo, maybe a Creed brother. Doubt it. Could be, as we said, yeah, Ryo Bravo probably feels like the best shout. There's not loads of like Miz types. You want someone like the Miz really that can come out and step up to Joe Hendry. But in regards to Seth, surely it's going to be Bron Breakker. Henry said, do we think Kyrie will come back like they did with R-Truth? It depends. It depends which direction they go with the fans, you know, because the fans, if they keep going with the we want Kyrie stuff and it actually works in the arenas, then brilliant. You know, yeah, we could find her coming back. I think there is a way forwards, but it depends if that's going to keep going or not. Depends how loud that is, you know. Why is Ivy Nile and the Creed still there? They've not done anything, said Spawny Boy. Well, perhaps they've got some plans in place for them. What does an immediate feud next for Ober, said Netforce. Yeah, I mean, you want someone a bit more credible than what you would want for Joe Hendry. So you want a heel, and you want someone that's a bit more credible. So, I mean, look, I've got the roster in front of me. So we're looking for a heel, and we're looking for someone that's available right now. And someone that, you know, he can get the win over. So, you know, a Chad Gable would be good. Because Chad Gable is quite credible. He can get reactions out of the crowds. He's beatable. I mean, we're not going to follow up Brock with someone bigger, because really there isn't anyone bigger other than, say, a Roman or someone like that, right? So what you want is you want someone like this. Someone like a Sheamus would be fantastic. If Sheamus was a heel, you know, he comes back, goes off at the crowds, gets heat. He'll step up to Ober. He won't be scared. You know, I've faced monsters before type thing. I hope you're in for a fight. And Oba will be in for a fight, right? With Sheamus. Sheamus is going to, you know, bring a brawl. You could have Donnybrook matches and things along those lines. And, of course, Oba wins. It's a good feud, solid feuds, gets him on TV, gives him a credible opponent, physical opponent, strong opponent. I mean, Sheamus does his Celtic workout videos. It's just that he's not been around and he's not a heel. So those are the problems. If you can bring him back tonight and make him a heel, get heat on the fans straight away, you know, I'm back and I've got to say I've not missed you guys at all. Go off on the fans, get some quick heat, and then collide him with Oba. A Rusev as well would be absolutely fine. Like a Rusev-Oba feud you can do. Again, someone credible that's a heel that you can just get into a little feud with. Because I think you want to move into a... King of the Ring and have Oba win King of the Ring. And then, you know, have him go on to fight for the title. I think a lot of people are, you know, ready to make that kind of move with him. He's really, really over. So, yeah, you're kind of looking at those kind of names. A Bronson Reed, if you're happy with Bronson taking the L. I would say Triple H is the biggest heel in the company, said Eric. It's going to be Rusev, said Mr. Bigster. I am excited for the future of main roster, but NXT is going to need some help. NXT will, you're right. Maybe bring some big names down to help. Well, I mean, NXT, I think we all know, is a developmental brand. And so their job is to get people ready for the main roster. So that's what they do. They bring people in, bring them through, get them ready for the main roster. So certainly is not a bad thing that we've just took a lot of people from NXT. I mean, that is a big round of applause for NXT. The fact that all these people are ready and they've come to the main roster. That's great, right? That's great. That's NXT doing its job. So NXT now has got a big rebuild. It kind of had a rebuild anyway, but it's a massive rebuild now. I mean, it lost Oba, Javon, and Trick. Now it's lost Sol Ruka and Ethan. And I mean, look, there's two ways of looking at it. You can cry about it and be like, oh my God, it's decimated NXT. Or you can be excited about it and go, right, you know, we've done our job. If I'm Sean, I got a massive smile on my face because I've done my job. My job was to get people ready for the main roster, and you've just took all these people from me. That means that I'm doing my job, right? So that's great. You cannot be down about that. If you're down about that, then you're missing the point of what NXT is all about. NXT is about people getting ready for the main roster. So you have to say that's a positive, thumbs up. But the challenge now is to make NXT a good product, an exciting product, a product that people are going to want to tune into. And you're absolutely right. Maybe Sean gets on the phone and might be like, listen, I love the fact you've took these people from me because that means I'm doing my job. But have you got anyone that you don't really have any plans for that I could use for a little bit? That could, you know, just boost the roster whilst I'm bringing through Keanu Carver, whilst I'm bringing through Sean Legacy, Jackson Drake, you know, those kinds of names, Shiloh Hill, you know, as I'm trying to bring them through, and I'm trying to bring through Josh Briggs, hoping that it's going to click. Maybe we'll start seeing Brooks Jensen a little bit more now on NXT rather than Evolve. And we could see some Evolve talent getting stepped up, go into NXT. We can, you know, obviously borrow from AAA. I'm sure we can get some support there. We can borrow from TNA. We might see the likes of Leon Slater. Might see the likes of Mike Santana. I mean, we've got Evil and Takahashi coming in, but we don't know where they're going. Are they going straight to the main roster? Are they going to NXT? So, yeah, it is a big change and it is a big challenge, but it has to be one that Sean is excited by. And if you're not excited by that challenge, I really would argue you're not in the right job. I really would argue. If I was Triple H, I would want the person in charge of NXT to be excited by that challenge of constantly having to deal with the roster refresh, because it's going to happen every year. I'm gonna take more from you next year as well. I'm taking that top layer next year. Might be January, might be Rumble. Certainly it'll be the Raw after WrestleMania, but I'm coming for that next wave next year. So you can't be down about it. You've got to be, it's part of the job. You've got to be excited by it. So, yeah, but it's about communication, isn't it? You're right. It's about turning around and saying, look, I think I just need a little bit of support right now. So can you send me some people down? Have you got anyone that you're not using? Maybe the Creeds or someone like this, you know, perhaps I get the Creeds and Ivy Nile for a little bit. Perhaps I can do something with them to try and, you know, strengthen certain areas. And as I said, Ivy Nile could maybe do something in the women's division. It's just going to be people that aren't really being used. I mean, it's not that you're getting Seth Rollins or anyone like that. It might just be people that are just sat in catering and haven't really got anything going on. So you might have to use that talent, but that's fine. It's better than not having it. And then, as you said, what can you get from TNA? What can you get from AAA? So, yeah, I agree. Shining Wizard said you can't lean on the TNA roster a bit more. Yeah. I mean, we haven't really got anyone in from TNA, so yeah, can bring some people in there. There will be a period now where you do need to just get through a little periods, right? But obviously it's post-Mania, so that's better. It's not like we're having to get through during Mania season. We're past Stand and Deliver. We've got the summer. I mean, we could do a breakout tournament and actually, you know, kind of really bring some people through that way. I think it was a breakout tournament a couple of years ago that Ober arrived, and we really just, you know, he won that breakout tournament and we just pulled the trigger with Ober. I think he very, very quickly got to a mid-card belt and pretty much spent a long time as the mid-card champion. And he was just kind of always really around being used. And obviously Ober's very special. But we've got some good talent. There's some really good people that are there. We're not short of potential, and we've got a lot of potential. And obviously you've got people like Kendall Gray. We've still got Lola Vice. We've still got Kalani. We've still got Jada Parker. We still got Ren Sinclair as well. Like, we've still got a really good women's division. Callie Armstrong's just been called up. I don't think we're worried about the women. Tag division has not been on fire for a long time, and we haven't really done anything with tag teams, so tag division's still the same. Needs support, needs building, but you know, that hasn't really changed. Women's division has took a hit, but it's got depth. You know, Callie and Kendall are two fantastic call-ups. Ren Sinclair we haven't got enough out of. Tatum Paxley is a big star, and she's still there. Lola Vice is still there. Jada Parker, as we said. Kalani Jordan. Women's division's absolutely fine. I think it's that men's division, isn't it? It's the men's singles division that I think is the bigger concern that needs a bit of support. But I don't know, you get a Leon Slater, you get a Mike Santana, you might get someone down from the main roster. You might even get Evil or Takahashi, or, you know, put a combination of a few pieces together, and I mean, it'll be fine. If I was Sean, I wouldn't really be worried. You've still got Tony as the top guy, and you've still got some interesting prospects that are kind of like coming through as well. I really like the look of Keanu Carver. Josh Briggs, as we said, big guy still around. You know, there's definitely people we can do some stuff with, but that's the area of concern. But Sean will be aware of that already. Matteo said, what if Ober or Gunther interrupts Joe Hendry? Do we think that would be a big step back? It's not about it being a step back. It just wouldn't really make sense for Ober, because Ober is like a babyface and Joe Hendry's a babyface. So you're going to split the crowd by having Ober going after Joe Hendry. That doesn't really make sense. Gunther can do it, but you don't want Gunther to lose. So that means Joe Hendry's going to have to lose his first feuds on the main roster. And you're not going to have Gunther lose to Joe Hendry. I mean, Gunther's retired Cena, retired AJ Styles, just beat Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. He ain't about to lose a feud to Joe Hendry. So I don't think it makes much sense. It doesn't make sense for Ober. It doesn't make sense for Gunther to go into that. And it really doesn't make sense for Oba. But if you did the Gunther one, then Gunther would surely have to win. I don't think people would really like that. AB said it wasn't a performance issue. It wasn't storyline. It wasn't creative. Has nothing for you. What are you saying about the releases, AB? I hope Lizzie Rain gets a gimmick over more than Boogs did, says Mayor P. I like Lizzie Rain. Yeah, she could make a real quick splash, couldn't she? So, yeah, that's a really great signing. Very excited for her. She makes her debut tomorrow. Jesse says, I love Sol Ruka. Jesse, did you answer me? What ammo did you get? Shining Wizard said, develop Birthright. Use them more. Get them in feuds with upcoming talent. There's a lot of names there. I mean, Lexis King is someone that, you know, I think needs that stronger connection with the audience. But same with Stax. He's in that group as well. Same with Charlie Dempsey. I mean, we've got people. It's just, is that connection there? I don't think Birthright have really connected. I don't think Dark State have massively connected. But Dion Lennox is a hell of a talent. It feels like he's about to break out of Dark State, actually. So Dion Lennox could be very interesting. Again, we've got people. It's not like we're struggling for... We got numbers. It's just, have we got many that have really connected with the audience? So it's going to be good. I'm quite interested to see what they do with NXT. There's certainly opportunity there. If you're in NXT, if you're in the Performance Center, there is certainly opportunity for you. Yes, shortbread sold out before I could order, said Jess. Tried to get some of that shortbreads. Fake fan. You're not a real Becky and Seth fan then. Real Becky and Seth fans are drinking ammo right now. That's what they're doing. Chet said, hello everyone. Just thought I'd let you know I am back in the States for about a month. Chet, shout out to you, buds. Robbie said, if Ammo had energy drinks, then I would order some. Well, coffee is an energy drink, isn't it? Caffeine. That's definitely an energy drink. David says, I've got my emotional support grilled cheese. Let's go. That's going to help me cope tonight without seeing Kyrie. Willow said, what is shortbread? Well, it's like a biscuit, isn't it? It's like a very buttery flavoured type biscuit. We have it over here. It makes me think of Scotland. I think Scotland's kind of quite renowned for their shortbread. So, yeah, it's like a biscuit. Or what you would refer to as a cookie. Because I think you call all biscuits cookies, do you? This is where we're starting to get into that sort of American versus English type differences. The cultural differences between our nations. Okay, we've got 8 minutes to go. AJG wants some pound cake. Flame Fist is hashtag lurking. Connor said, do we think Asuka Io will happen at Backlash? Well, you can still go with that story. As I said, the story just doesn't become about Kyrie anymore. The story now just becomes about master and tutor. You know, Io should be respecting Asuka more. Asuka is her senpai. So, you know, it just becomes more about that. So you don't have to abandon that story. It's just the story obviously changes a little bit. It's not now about how Kyrie was kind of being abused. I wonder how they'll explain Kyrie's absence. I mean, will they just act like she never existed? Or will they say that she got, you know, bullied to the point where she left? Or something like that. I don't know. You drove Kyrie away, kind of a thing, with the way you treated her. I don't know if they'll use it in the story or not. Joe said, what's cooking? Good looking. Joe, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Okay, let's try and do some of these messages. Dave Walker, appreciate the gifted memberships, buds. Thank you, my friends. Firing in some gifted memberships. Cosmic said, Daze, ammo, coffee, taste test, says Cosmic. Well, I haven't ordered any. And they've only got rubbish flavours left. So, do you know what I mean? Plus also, I don't even know if they ship to the UK. Plus also, it's expensive. I mean, it's like $30 for some coffee. Do you know what I mean? Expensive. I mean, I'm sure it's been made with love. But it's expensive love, isn't it? So, someone will do a taste test. Just watch their video instead. Mackenzie said, what do WWE do with Blake on SmackDown? Booker as the glamour and double down on that. And, you know, again, have her around the mid-cards. I mean, I'm just trying to think who's got the belt at the moment. It's Tiffany, so she's a babyface. So actually, a Blake-Tiffany feud you could see making sense. Not saying they're going to rush to it and do it straight away, but have her come in, have her obviously be very arrogant, booking her as the glamour. I think they can really dig into those videos and vignettes. And yeah, I could ultimately see her at some point later this year going after that kind of mid-card championship. Sean said, Daze, don't worry, Triple H got renewed. It's okay. Yes, word was doing the rounds. I think it came from Sean Ross Sapp, that news, that he was told that Triple H had signed a deal, but nothing had been confirmed. So I don't know if any confirmation has come through yet, but that's what I heard. It was heavily implied that Paul Levesque has recently reached a new long-term agreement. So heavily implied. So it's probably happened. All the other outlets are saying that he's signed. But I think that is based on Sean's comments, which were that it's been heavily implied. So I'm sure it's happened. I think they're happy, honestly. I don't think they're bothered. They're just coming off one of the highest grossing WrestleManias of all time. It's kind of easy for us to sit here and be like, oh, we're not happy with this, we're not happy with that. But even though WrestleMania didn't sell the amount of tickets it did, it was because largely the ticket prices, as we know, and because of those high ticket prices, they ended up making loads of money. So I don't think they're too concerned with where the business is right now. So obviously we'll have to see how 2026 progresses, certainly now that we're past WrestleMania. But and they've got to make an improvement in the shows, of course. Raw has been okay, I would say. SmackDown is the show that feels like it needs an improvement. I think it did get that on Friday. But of course, that was the SmackDown after WrestleMania, and we did have call-ups. So can they kind of continue those, continue that momentum? So it'll be interesting. I'm expecting a decent show tonight. Charmaine Elevates. Shout out to you, my friend. Charmaine Elevates 7130. Shout out to you, buds. LS Dub says hello all. And hope you're doing well, buds. And Wrestling Russ said evening Daze, evening chats. Evening. Hope you're doing well. We got less than 2 minutes to go and we'll be underway with this week's episode. We do have, look at this. We Want Wyatt 6 is trending on my What's Happening little page there. So We Want Wyatt 6. And also Caroline Levitt. So perhaps she's coming into WWE as well. So that's exciting. So there we go. We do have some tweets doing the rounds. Fightful, Corey Brennan of Fightful said Io Sky is set to have a big match on tonight's episode of Raw. There we go. Okay. Let's plug this in and let's get underway with this week's episodes. We're all hoping we're going to be eating goods. I don't know what we're opening with. J14 realized I hit the big 6'9". Hope you are well. Jay, shout out to you, my friends. 69 months as a member on the channel. That's mental, mate. 69. That's nice. Jay, that's nice. Congrats. That is quite a way to celebrate a Monday. So, Jay, shout out to you. Me and Jay are celebrating a 69. Okay, we're about to get started. Ronnie said, hope all is well. TKO fired Kyrie. Hashtag we want Kyrie. Our beloved WWE has become infiltrated with suits and ties. It sucks. We all know that wrestling is a business, but TKO respects no one. I hope Raw is good, said Ronnie. I hear you. I also hope Raw is good. Big Time said, I put a tweet out saying, let's put a belt on JC soon. Take a gamble. She's getting mega crowd heat and it would be great. Rhea doesn't need a short title reign. Rhea doesn't need a short title reign. Okay, here we go. Connor said, are we looking forward to Roman Jacob? Yeah, why not? I don't really know what's going to get said in it that's going to be like mind-blowing. I mean, I'm expecting them to make the match. So, I mean, could you imagine if Roman comes out and goes, oh, I've thought about it? Nah, I don't fancy it. I mean, I think we're all expecting the match to get made. Okay, so we're starting with a video package, just looking back at last week. So we are underway with this week's Raw. Darkseid said we need Raquel versus Rhea in a PLE. Hashtag big girls fight. Willow said then, now, forever together, even after you've released my favorite wrestlers. Let him in, says J14. V85 said, good seeing Brock in the forever section. Ronnie said a 1-year reign would be bad for Rhea. Okay, so they're just showing us last week Jacob stepping up to Roman. I need everything the tribal chief has. A backlash. Do you know, every time they say backlash, there's a video, famous video of, I think it's Triple H over the years going, a backlash, a backlash, a backlash. It's just loads of clips of Triple H saying at backlash again and again and again. Can't hear the word backlash now without thinking of that video. A backlash, a backlash. A backlash. It lives rent-free in my head. A backlash. It was just a meme, stupid meme that someone made like last year or 2 years ago. Right. A backlash. Oh, there's Roman. They're all sat at the head of the table. You know where I stand. Is sat down, actually. Okay. You're the only ones I can trust, but I need your thoughts. I said it to the whole roster. Everyone had 2 years to take advantage. He wants to upgrade, but it shouldn't come at the cost of you. There has to be consequences. You're right. So if it happens, there's got to be consequences. That's interesting. That's interesting. I feel like they're putting some work in here. There's Jacob. It's pretty good. So if it happens, there's got to be consequences. That's what we were hoping for, because we know it's happening. Of course it's happening. So what can they do to just make it a bit more interesting? Feel like I'm watching Shudder movie level acting, says Alex. Roman's not losing, said Jojo. Yeah, but I agree. Well, he could lose by countout or DQ. We're opening with Seth. What if Jacob loses, he has to leave WWE? And those are the consequences. If you're going to step up to Roman, this is the gamble. But then a backlash. It's a double count out. It's a DQ. You know, Jacob doesn't get the belt, but he doesn't lose either. Here's Seth. Are they going to be called the First Family? Well, that's what they just said. I don't know if that's going to be a permanent name. Here's Seth. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Burn it down. Seth Rollins in the ring. So we're going to see Bron Breakker. It's Becky's hot husband looking good, said Penny. Oh yeah, Street Profits came back, didn't they, last week in this segment? Don't know if we'll be seeing them. Okay, Seth in the ring. God, so many flipping video packages reminding us of what went down last week. But when we got to WrestleMania, no video packages whatsoever to let us know the history of these feuds and whatnot. But yet on Raw, we're still doing it. We're still reminding people of kind of where the story is. That was strange. Yeah, that was really strange to not get those like hype packages before the matches. Seth in the ring, looking out at the fans. Fans are still singing his song. Seth not wearing outlandish attire anymore. Seth wearing just black. I mean, he's keeping it still black. All black. Black shirt, black coat, black tie. I think we might have sacked off the wacky clothes. We haven't sacked off the theme, though. Fans still loving that. People complained that the build was bad, so they didn't show the build, said Sarthur. Okay, let's see what Seth's got to say. Seth freaking Rollins. Okay. Let's go. I got a lot of ground to cover, says Seth. I lost to Gunther, and it's not because he was better than me. Okay, so Seth calls out Braun Breaker. Nine staples in the back of his head, apparently, Braun Breaker. Do you know what? I don't want to see a brawl between these two. I've seen a lot of brawls recently. I really want to hear some promo exchange. I want to hear Braun Breaker talking about why he did what he did to Seth. I think I want to see a bit of back and forth between these two. We had a lot of brawls in the build-up to WrestleMania, Stephanie and Liv, and obviously Ober and Brock, and there was lots of stuff like that. I think with this, I'm interested to actually hear a few, because there's a bit of history here, obviously. And it looks like that is what we're going to get, actually. Both of these guys in the ring. Braun Breaker just saying a few words to Seth. Paul Heyman in the ring. Looking over at Seth. I don't know who's going to speak. Is it going to be Heyman? Heyman's got the microphone. Don't mind this stare down. Fans are singing Seth's song right now. All right. They get even closer. I gave you everything. You're the reason I had to forfeit the World Heavyweight Championship. For what? Yeah, I think that's the right call. How did this benefit you? Oh, Heyman grabs Braun Breaker, pulls him back. Heyman gives the microphone to Braun. Looked like Heyman was going to do the talking for him for a second there. I thought that would be a bit of a bad look, actually. I like the fact he just handed it over. You gave me everything. You needed us. Look at Bron doing his Seth impression. Respect. I am a revolutionary. I'm here for a Bron Breakker comedy hour. Fans are still singing away. You needed Heyman. That was good, says Blaze. It was spot on, said Cadet. It was very good. I called up Sean. I want to fight your best. Who's your best? Look at you. You've got it all, says Seth. You've got everything. You've got everything except the most important thing. Who would we prefer to win King of the Ring, said Connor. Oba for me. You try, I succeeds. Steak dinners, private jets, and happy endings from Paul Heyman. That's going to be the title of the Bron Breakker autobiography. You are not ready, says Seth. I was going to be a main eventer with or without you. Seth's cooking, says Robbie. Bron is ready, said Name is Josh. I'm for Bulldog, said the crowd's dead. They are a little bit subdued. There hasn't really been much said. You were holding me back. No, I wasn't. Yes, you was. Oh, can you see, look at that. Look at the microphone shaking. There better be a swerve. I'm not a fan of that line at all. He just said, I lost to the best in the world rather than someone that claims to be the best in the world. And then he says, you're the best wrestler in the world at being number two. Number two to who? To CM Punk, because you just put Punk over. Does that mean he's better than Bron Breakker? Is Bron Breakker saying Seth is better than him? That promo shows you're not ready. Backlash, backlash. Backlash. He's going to let him in on a secret. Steiner. You're not even number two in your own family. Okay, what did we think about the opening segment? I'm down for the match. I didn't need that much talking. I did want to dig into, you know, just picking up why things had happened. So I'm certainly not down on that, but I don't feel like loads was really said. Didn't really feel like there was like, oh, that's not a promo exchange I'm going to remember. There's Becky getting off her coach. Surprised it's not got ammo slapped on the side of it. Those are some big shoulder pads in that coat. Boom! Stephanie gets laid out. Stephanie getting chucked around backstage by Raquel. There's Roxanne. Are they gonna... Oh, boom! Stephanie getting murked by Judgment Day backstage. Well, there we go. She's down. I'm not really a fan of those shoes that she was wearing, so I think she deserved it. Okay, here comes Penta. Penta, she got smushed, said Akeem. She did get smushed. Metal Mama said, this is Roxanne's hometown. It's first time that she's been there in a long time. I can't remember how long it said, though, said Metal Mama. I wonder what reaction she'll get when she comes out. Penta making his way down. I think it's Penta against Rusev, I believe. Big pop for Penta, said Robbie. Undercover Manager said, with the World Cup taking place in America, would it be good to have King of the Ring this year be a bit like a World Cup so superstars represent their national roster? You can do. We've done an actual World Cup before that was exactly that. I seem to recall it being largely Americans. I'm pretty sure it might have been all Americans that were in the World Cup. So, yeah, I mean, something like that would be fun. I don't know if I'd do that for King of the Ring, but I suppose time-wise it would fit. But definitely would be looking for someone like Oba to get the win in that tournament. Daze, how you doing, said Matt? I'm doing good. Hope you're well, Matt. Brony said, I'm hoping we get an eventual turn from Raquel or Roxanne on Liv. Considering they are continuing the Stephanie Liv feud, something needs to happen. It can't just be a repeat of the previous feuds. Radiated Zombie said, this should be a good match. Okay. Get your scores in for that Seth segment. We have started scoring segments. Okay, Penta in the ring. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, we're 25 minutes in. I mean, it's been quite a long... It's been quite a long open. We're at commercial break right now. Okay. Wrestling Daze said, days after watching Roman at Mania, I've got an unpopular opinion. I'd say he's one of the all-time greats as an in-ring performer, up there with Bret Hart. He always shows up in the big matches, says Wrestling Daze, thank you. Steve said, I've sent you an email earlier. Have a look at it. Also, where do we go with Seth Breaker Vision past Backlash? Backlash. Well, we could get other members getting involved, couldn't we? I don't know that thing's going to be clean. If it is clean, I feel like you have to go with Bron Breakker getting the win. If it's not clean, then it'll probably lead to Seth getting some help. I don't know if the Street Profits could still stay involved. They came down last week. There was no sign of them this week. But I suppose it just depends on what you do. I mean, are you going to keep it clean? I mean, I'd be tempted to keep it clean. Bron Breakker should have confidence that he can beat Seth without outside interference. And if we really are trying to build up Bron Breakker, I think him getting a clean... I mean, I don't know if it would be totally clean. You could always have Heyman try to trip Seth over or something like that. But, yeah, I think Bron Breakker really going toe-to-toe with Seth in a banger of a match. That's probably something I'd be looking at. And then, you know, do you bring the other members in and do like a multi-person match? And also, you know, would you do it as a series? I mean, does this build to Hell in a Cell? You know, do you actually do Seth Bron over the summer? It's not like we got to do it one and done at Backlash. Imagine if Bron Breakker buys some ammo coffee, tries it backstage and says it's rubbish. Shots fired. I'm just trying to think, how can you really hurt Seth right now? And I think it's that. Trying some ammo coffee, spitting it out, go, oh my God. This is disgusting. Refund. That's how you get to him. Okay, Rusev has made his way down. Rusev should win here if it's non-title, said Jojo. You're at ad break. We're back from ad break. We need Rusev Day, said name is Josh. Roman is the most consistent in-ring performer year after year. That's why he's on top, says David. Akeem said Triple H must have suffered some mild brain damage from the heart attack, affecting his decision-making process. Sonny said, I'm wondering what the WrestleFeud questions are. I don't know myself yet. They won't be asked until tomorrow. We tend to ask on the NXT stream. Okay, what's coming out now? What's happening now? What's this now? Ethan's coming out. Ethan Page. Okay, Ethan Page making his way down to the ring. Is he going to be watching from ringsides? Ethan Page has made his way down to the ring. Okay, Penta in there with... all of these have come from AEW. Blimey now, we got Ethan Page watching Rusev take on Penta. Tony Khan. Is this Dynamite? Am I watching Dynamite? Right now, Rusev with Penta. Oh, tried to do a fall away slam. Didn't look brilliant. Vic Joseph is listed as being one of the reporters, along with Byron Saxton. Alicia Taylor, the ring announcer. Michael Cole, Corey Graves on commentary. Ethan Page watching on. Let's get rid of this poll. Some people might get confused thinking that's the match score. Rusev versus Penta. Penta against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Penta. Right, 56. Okay, good 93 is how we scored. Okay, over the top. Goes Penta. Penta in control. Ethan Page applaud him. Penta coming over. Keep your eyes on the prize, says Ethan, and Penta didn't do that. Rusev grabs him from behind. Kick coming in there by Penta. Rusev goes back into the ring. Penta getting in as well. Penta going over. Springboard. Kick coming in there by Rusev. Picks up Penta. Drives him down. Boos are ringing out. Okay, as we go to commercial break. Daze, would have done a watch along for the first Raw. If not, would you for members? We've done one, but we've done a watch along for the first Raw. Connor said, here is what I'm saying. We should probably do a fatal four-way at Backlash. Penta, Javon, Rusev, Ethan. Night is Gamer said, Penta's better than this. I could see them giving Rusev a decent push, says Billy. Rusev needs this push, said Name is Josh. Triple A said, Days, if they do Ober Roman at the end of the year, I'm sure they'd like to do it at a big pay-per-view. I would assume Survivor Series. People are saying that it's too big, so Mania next year. Well, maybe. There's obviously rumours of Rock Roman for Mania next year. There's no update on that, though, so honestly not sure. Into the ring post goes Penta. I mean, people would have said that John retiring at Saturday night's main event was too big for that. And they probably would have been correct, but we still did it, of course. Without a pay-per-view in December, you know, you could argue that that Saturday night's main event in December could be made a really big deal. Last year, we retired John Cena there. This year, we could run Roman Ober on that show as a little Christmas gift to all the fans. Wouldn't be down on that. Nice way to round out the year. You have a few Raws and SmackDowns after, but that would be the last big show. Penta goes to the outsides. Radiated Zombie said the men's roster has lost a lot of talent on NXT. It has. Sean said, I would say Tony fumbled Ethan Page. Penta was often injured and really tied to Phoenix and the tag team. Rusev didn't want to lose in AEW. So like Aleister Black, because of that, they just weren't used. Rusev needs a push big time, said Eric. Ober isn't wrestling Roman this year, said Jojo. Elbows coming in there by Rusev. As Penta's down. If the current big four of WWE is Roman, Punk, Rollins, and Cody, then who would we put at 5? Well, it feels like it's Ober, doesn't it? I mean, he's just got rid of Brock, potentially. So, I mean, he really feels like he's about to enter the conversation. I mean, I think coming in to this year, it felt like Gunther was sort of knocking on the door. So, definitely felt like he was on the rise and was going to be in store for a big year. But, I don't know, it feels like Ober's surpassed him. Feels like there's way more excitement around Ober than there is Gunther. Shots coming in there by Penta. Eric said, did you see what I tagged you in? No, I don't have my feed open, but I'll catch up with that once the stream's over. Kick coming in there by Penta. Penta going against the ropes. Down goes Rusev. Rusev back into the corner as Penta comes over. Top rope Enziguri. KCM says, keep in mind the winner of King of the Ring gets that SummerSlam title shot. So people that are saying Gunther, are we saying that Gunther is going to win back-to-back? Said KCM. Oh, kick out by Rusev. With Roman acknowledging over at WrestleMania, saying what you do through the summer, they must have good matches planned to meet at SummerSlam, said Billy. Well, he said later in the year. That's what he said. I think really the message is more our paths are not crossing yet. I think they want fans to know there's no Roman over in the summer. Roman said to him, listen, you did a big thing at WrestleMania, but I've done that. You know, you beat Brock, I've beat Brock. So you're on my radar, but you got to do a lot more to get to my level. So let's see how you do over the summer. So that to me is Roman's way and WWE's way of just letting us know that don't get too excited about Roman over right now. That's not in our plans. Later in the year, we'll look at it. But we've got other things for them to do. So I think it was more just that, to be honest with you. Rusev in the corner looking to charge him. Big kick to Penta. Penta goes down. Boos are raining down. We cut over to Ethan. Ethan applauding away on the outsides. Kick coming in there by Rusev. The accolade almost getting in. Kick to the back there by Penta. Duck underneath. Middle rope. That was nice. I really like how he... Oh, that was good. I like the way that he kind of went for the springboard but held on. And it was that actually resulted in Penta getting the win. So I don't think the match was all that. But I do kind of like that little sequence at the end. Okay, Ethan watching on as Rusev attacks Penta. Ethan's getting in the ring. So Rusev stomping away on Penta. Ethan is in there. Rusev, though. Yeah, doesn't seem to be really looking for help at the moment. He seems to be dealing with it by himself. Penta with some chops. Chops coming in there by Penta. And now Ethan comes in to help Rusev. And now they're working together, so... Okay. The Young OG's coming down. Young OG coming down. Top rope pulled down. Rusev to the outside. Shoulder to the midsection. Javon. Boom. Down goes Ethan. The Young OG ducking underneath. Kick coming in from Penta. OG cutter. Boom. Gets it. Huge. OG cutter, absolutely huge. So there we go. Javon has come down, come to the aid of Penta. And they shake hands. How many times have we seen Javon versus Ethan? How many times did we do it in NXT, said Rare Breeds? I think it all kind of starts again on the main roster, to be honest. So many people don't watch NXT that just tune into the main roster. That's it's kind of like you just start again. I suppose they know that the chemistry is good between them, so... Okay, we go to the commentators. Okay, they're just talking about Hulk Hogan's Real American documentary. I still haven't watched that. Obviously, we saw loads of it over WrestleMania weekends, but I've still not sat down and watched it. Everyone knows it's a hard reset when you go to the main roster, says Jacob. Name is Josh said, I just found out about mini belts. Yep. Still expensive, but yeah, cheaper. Red Reed said they're just setting up a tag match for next week, most likely. Wrestling Russ says, that cutter though, damn. Snide said, did we all watch that Hogan documentary yet? It's on my to-do list, to be honest. I need to just put it on in the background as I'm doing stuff. Okay, we're hearing from Ryo and Bravo. I'm loving their suits. In a few weeks, I will be competing in one of the biggest, most important matches. I believe we'll be doing this. I believe this is the day before Clash in Italy. On the Saturday, I believe it's AAA, and then on the Sunday, it's Clash in Italy. So it's very much on my radar. I'm going to have to be ready to fight for my life. So it's El Grande, it's Mask versus Mask. Ray. Okay. El Grande is issuing a challenge to Ray. Wants to get ready for that match by taking on one of the biggest legends. Okay, here comes. This could be entertaining. That could be entertaining. This could be entertaining. We got big time. Okay, I'm here for this. Who's going to step up to Becky next? I don't think it's going to be AJ, obviously. So this could be a good segment. Give us some fresh. Maybe it's going to be Sol Ruka, yeah? Definitely an option that it could be Sol. I still wonder about the likes of Lyra. I don't think it'll be Maxine. I feel like we've already done that. Don't think it'll be any of the heels. Could it be Io? I mean, what's Io doing? Could Io step up to Becky? We did hear, actually, that Io's going to have a big match tonight. I wonder if it's going to be Io Becky for the championship. Becky looks like she's in wrestling gear. She's got knee pads on. Unless they go all the way with the Bloodline reunion, I think Roman Rock is too late at this point, said Netforce. Becky making her way down. We're at commercial break. Get your thoughts in for that opening match. She's singing along with her entrance music right now. Did Rusev win? Says Mackie, no. If Sol comes out to challenge, then I'll be so excited. I'll do a little wee-wee, says Simply Simon. Okay, they're just showing Danhausen when he went round the Miz's house. Big Tony K says 4 letters, 1 word, Khan. But I do have a question about Triple H. If he's given up as a booker, should he take notes from the 2025 Booker of the Year? Well, I don't think he's given up as booker. It was a fun little segment, this, actually. Danhausen against Becky Lynch, said Florida Man. Are we happy that SmackDown's going back to 2 hours? Yeah, I'm not down on it. I think we know that booking for 3 hours is a challenge. People weren't really excited when we went to 3 hours because they know that booking 3 hours is hard. The sweet spot seems to be about 2:20. Like, you do a show and then that last 20 minutes, half an hour is the main event. That seems to be the sweet spot. So, yeah, 2 hours. I'm getting really distracted by this, and I don't know why. I do find it very entertaining. It's just nice seeing Miz's house, really. He's got a lovely house. I just keep looking at, like, his pool and the view. Apparently you can see Allegiant Stadium as well from his back garden. Okay, we're going back. I've not seen the Hogan documentary. Is there a point to watch it, says 1978. I haven't seen it either. I'd want to watch it. I can't imagine there'd be too much in there that we don't already know. Becky in the ring. Okay, let's get rid of the poll. 73, 15, 8, and 4. So you lot said that was good 96. Good 96. Okay, Becky in the ring then. I wonder if she'll mention ammo. I wonder if she's allowed to mention ammo. Okay, Becky in the ring. A lot of history was made at WrestleMania. I got rid of loser AJ Lee and her horrible title reign. I put gold around someone's waist that deserves it. Me. Oh, it's fun facts. She's won more Mania matches than any other woman. She's in good spirits. Okay. I realized I needed to show my baby girl what a real champion is. It's about showing up in rundown towns like Laredo. Common folk like each and every one of you. No, come on. You want me to be a fighting champion? You want me to fight the best? Yes. Is that what we're going to do? Okay. Open challenge. Okay. Open challenge by Becky. Becky issuing an open challenge. And Io answers. She can't be thrilled about this. Surely she can't be thrilled. I mean, Io's answered. It really felt like Becky had a plan. I was really expecting some jobber that we'd never heard of to come out. I really thought she'd probably got some like local talent to come out, right? And she was going to tell us this person was amazing. Maybe then we'd get Adam Pearce come out going, this has not been authorized by me. Sorry, but this match is not happening. We're going to go this way instead and then maybe bring out Io. That's kind of what I was expecting. But instead, Io's just come out. Let's see what gets said here. Obviously, loud Io chants. It would be nice if we had loud Kyrie chants. I accept. Okay. No. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, here we go. This is good. They're booing you! Oh, we got an Io chant again. Loud Io chant. Oh, Becky is so entertaining. Becky's been the best thing on this show so far. Oh, what a great line. What a great line. I wanted to fight Shawn Michaels, not Marty Jannetty. Marty Jannetty catching strays in 2026? Oh, my God. That's a great line. I wanted to fight Shawn Michaels, not Marty Jannetty. Yeah, match is being made. It is going to be Io against Becky. Marty Jannetty getting a shout out. Oh, he's probably not even conscious. He certainly ain't watching. He's probably in the middle of killing someone. Becky jumping Io from behind. There's Vicky. Vicky's in. They did say that Vicky was going to be on this show tonight. She's the Evolve referee. Pops up occasionally in NXT as well. Am I the only one that really understood what Becky was saying, says Corey Graves. Okay. We were at commercial break. Well, we're underway with the match as well. Okay, Becky on the outside throwing in some shots. Daze, is this teasing Becky against Marty Jannetty? Dream match. We got some Io chants. I love a couple of lines in there I really love from Becky. I love how the fans were booing and she said, look, the crowd are booing you, Io. Even the fans agree with me, you're not very exciting. Using the fans' boos in a very constructive way. The Marty Jannetty line was fantastic as well. She seemed to be in really good spirits. just really entertaining. Okay, Io in there, and the bell has now sounded. Drop kick by Io. Becky goes down. I'm guessing the belt is on the line here. 2 count there by Vicky. Kick coming in. We won't get our Riot, I guess, said Willow. Asuka interference incoming, said Liam. Kicks coming in there by Becky. Io chants breaking out. Even though Becky is a heel, I'm still a fan of her. She's amazing, said Matt. She's really entertaining. She is really entertaining. Daze, it's not so much the length of Raw, NXT, or SmackDown that's bad. It's the amount of adverts that can just ruin the flow of what we're watching, said Word Life Cena fan. Don't think that's ever going to change, though, is it? That's not really a WWE thing. That's more of a network thing, really. Becky getting in the face of Vicky. Roll up 1, 2. Kick out there by Bex. Bex coming in. Drop kick. Io goes down. Becky is one of the best parts of Raw since she has been back, said full clip. Right now, Becky in control. Io goes to the outsides. Becky grabbing Io. The ads on Netflix are amazing, says Jojo. Has there been any Kyrie chants? No, there has not. I've not even seen a sign, to be honest with you. But we've seen this before, how it just does not translate. You see all the noise online, but it just doesn't translate to the arena. Okay, right now we've got Io going in the corner. Lovely kick coming in there by Becky. Clothesline as well. 1, 2, kick out by Io. So Becky in control. This is a real test for Becky. She does the Io emote. She's got Io, Bexploder. Io rolling to the outsides. Becky going over against the ropes. Bang, down goes Io. Becky on the outsides. Shot coming in there by Becky as Io goes down. Becky looking to grab Io. Take her over to the ring. Throw her in the ring. Becky climbing up. We're an hour into this show. We've got about an hour and a half left to go as Becky drops the leg and Io obviously kicks out. Ref Vicky won her bodybuilding competition, says Edwards. Nice leg drop off the top there by Becky. Io chants. Right now we got Becky looking for another Bexploder, but Io lands on the feet. Forearm shot coming in. We've still got Ray against El Grande coming up today. Io looking for a... Oof. Getting a suplex. I'll tell you the one thing we're looking out for. That's an Io suicide dive. We all know how horrifically wrong they can go. If she goes for one, it'll be like, oh, here we go. Back elbow there by Io. Open palm shot by Io as well. Bang. Becky going down. Io coming over, grabbing Becky. Io going over to the corner, going up. Io to the outsides. She's got the arm. Bang. Io is climbing up, going up top. She's perched. Missile drop kick. Down goes Becky. Kip up there, and lovely work by Io into the emotes. They tried to show everyone in the background doing it, but not everyone was doing it. Instead, people are like, fake fans. That's what we've got. Fake fans. When she does the emote, you're meant to join in. Shoulder up there by Becky. If this is the level of poem... Becky Lynch is just scared to lose her title, said ultimate super fan of Alexa Bliss. Oh, okay. Becky getting back into it now. Getting back into it. Shoulder up. Craig said, so far, I would say SmackDown last Friday for the first hour is beating this hour. It's had a few good bits, but not the best. Yeah, I found I found this whole Becky stuff to be the most entertaining. Roll through. Io stomping down on Becky. Becky rolling out the ring. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, thank God. Becky stops Io from doing it, thank God. I tell you what, Becky has just done Io such a big favour there. She just stopped the suicide dive. Io going through, flipping over, looking for a power bomb. She's got Becky on the outside. Power bomb. It's quite soft. It was quite soft. Io goes down. Io down. Becky down. Metal Mama said Roxanne's first TV appearance in her hometown is tonight. She was honoured with an award from the city by repping it with pride and inspiring a younger generation prior to Raw. Tagged you in it. It was on Instagram. Metal Mama, thank you. Ryan said, looks like they're putting Io into the Intercontinental title picture like previous main eventers. Putting more cred into that title. Raising the bar. In the ring goes Becky. Io goes in after her as well. One. Just a one count. Just a one count. Okay, right now we got Io going to the outsides. Perched at the moment. No. Roll through there by Io. Kick coming into the midsection. Oh, looking for the armbar. Looking for the armbar. No joy. One, two. No joy again. Oh, lovely. Crossface. Io's got it in. Becky's trying to get over to the rope. She's going to make it. Oh, she kind of tries to use it to kick out of it. She's kicked out. She's reversed into the disarmer. Nice reversal. And roll up there by Io. Kick out by Becky. Crossface again. Becky rolling through, trying to get up. Ah, big knee. Woo. That knee by Io was moody. Bang. Becky going over to the corner. Io needs to relax on doing the dives to the outside. She almost broke her neck, said Kader. Okay, loud cheers for Io as she charges over, double knees. Becky goes spilling to the outsides. Okay, right now we're going to go for... I think she was going for a springboard moonsault to the outsides. Okay, Io stops herself going into the barricade. It's Becky that goes into the barricades. Io jumping on top of the... Oh, she's holding on to the hand there of one of the fans. Crossbody! Io just grabbed the hand of one of the fans there. That dude's probably never going to wash that hand again. Okay, Becky, back in the ring. Io climbing up as we come back from commercial break. It's a fun little match. Okay, right now we have got big superplex into a suplex. No, into a DDT by Becky. We didn't even have a good camera angle of that. Superplex from the corner into a DDT by Becky. This match carrying on. Becky down. Io down. Io and Becky are great. The next couple of matches could only get better, said Joshin. Fans are chanting, this is awesome. I mean, I thought the Becky segment was the best thing we'd seen on the show up to this point. I think this match is really, really solid. Really good. Both women throwing a lot at each other, going for submissions. Action on the outside, action in the ring. Aerial moves. Big superplex coming in by Becky. Kick coming in there by... Oh, it's a lovely... Love that. Lovely super kick there by Io. Right now, she's got Becky. Oh! She had her upside down into a net breaker. Becky kicks out. Oh, okay. Okay. We're seeing a really fun match. We're seeing a really fun match. Look at that. Look how she's got Becky, like, completely upside down. Tell you what, she might be small in stature, but she's got some strength. Has Io, as she is over in the corner right now. Becky climbing up. Back elbow coming in there by Io. How's this not the main event? Oh, beautiful DDT. Right now, Io going over, bouncing up, perched. Looking for over the moonsault. Legs up there by Becky. Becky looking for the manhandle slam. Goes for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Becky can't believe it. Oh, but it's a banger. It's an absolute certified banger. Really great. Legit, is this better than Stephanie Liv, Rhea, Jade, Becky, AJ? I think it beats all the women's matches at Mania. I think this is better than any of the matches, women's matches we saw at Mania. Becky going over to the corner. Io being dragged over. Okay, Io pushes Becky into the ring posts. Becky spills to the outside. Io is going to go for a springboard moonsault. Goes up. Springboard moonsault lands. Becky goes down. Craig said, I'd 100% agree. It's a great match. Back in the ring goes Becky. She took her boot off. Why she took her boot off? Oh, here's Asuka. Asuka comes down. Asuka comes down. I don't know why Io took her boot off or had to take her boot off momentarily, but it's a manhandle slam. It's a win for Becky, but it's only as a result of outside interference. I'm really pleased they put on a banger before we did that, though. I mean, we could have had a really short match and then had Asuka, but instead they just showed what they can do. Becky moves forwards, but it's Asuka that interferes. Are we going to get some Kyrie chants now? Kick coming in there by Asuka. Asuka lock is in. Asuka lock in on Io. Io tapping away. She's out. She's out. Let her go. She's out. She's out. What are we chanting? We want Kyrie. I can't even make out what they're chanting. It's not a very good crowd. Do you remember that crowd last week were great? I don't even know if the crowd knew what they were chanting there for a second. What? I think it was We Want Kyrie. Okay, we got OG Grande Americano. Okay, here is the other El Grande. Ray said he's not going to choose sides. Okay. We're backstage with the Usos. Here's LA Knight. Okay, LA Knight's here to remind the Usos who they really are. Jay's telling LA Knight, you got to stay in your lane. This is family business. It's a good point, that, from LA Knight. You had all this power last time, and eventually power corrupts. Then it does become my business. So Roman answers Jacob tonight. Okay, get your thoughts in on that Becky Io match. Get your thoughts in on that, as we've just got a Backlash commercial. It's not far away, Backlash. The 9th of May. And feels like commercial, yes. Okay. Daze, we want Kyrie trending heavily on social media, literally everywhere, because we miss Kyrie. Do we think WWE would bring her back? Well, you've got to give them... You've got to make it loud. I don't think it's loud. I mean, we don't have signs in the crowd. They're not chanting it. You know, they only just chat. I mean, I really seriously, I want Kyrie back. But even I couldn't quite make out what they were chanting. And that might be it for tonight. There might be no more "we want Kyrie" chants. I don't think the live crowd are doing anywhere near enough. Is online going to burst into life again, or is it just going to fizzle out now? It's got to be loud. It's got to be constant. And I just don't know that it's going to do that. So I've got my doubts, sadly. I think it had a good weekend, certainly on Saturday. But yeah, you've got to give them reason to go and get in touch with her again. I think the Usos' heel transition is about halfway there. Not company heels yet, but they're definitely leaning towards being more heel than face, says Craig. Cleveland Brown said you should stream shirtless with "We Want Kyrie" painted on your chest. That would probably do it. That would probably bring her back, to be honest. I think that would send the message to TKO, wouldn't it? Okay, we're back from commercial break. Joe Hendry time. I forgot about Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry concert coming up now. Okay. Is this commercial break? Is his entrance during commercial, or? Yeah? So they're having him walk out during commercial. That's a bit of a surprise. Joe Hendry is walking down to the ring then. He's got an acoustic guitar in the ring. I don't know how this segment's going to go. It could work. It could land. The fans are waving in the crowds. Joining in. That's obviously a good sign. Well, here we go. As soon as you get back from this commercial break, Joe Hendry is in the ring. Can we see someone interrupting, said Connor. I would think so. I'm going to miss Booker's singing, said Red. Yeah, same. Jojo said, I can't stand Hendry. Robbie said, the crowd understand the assignments. We're still at commercials. That's a shame. They've actually stopped waving now. They were waving. Okay, here we go then. The Joe Hendry segments. Let's get... Say his name. He has appeared. He's going to tell us about a big decision he had to make. Joe Hendry's on Raw. We got lights out for Joe Hendry. He acknowledges the OTC. Can you make a change, Logan Paul? Can you fire Logan Paul? I can get behind this song, actually. This might be the best Joe Hendry song I've ever heard. Is that who's going to interrupt? Even Michael Cole's joining in on firing Logan Paul. And that is who's interrupted. Logan Paul's coming out. That is probably true, actually. He probably is unfireable. LS Dub said, this sucks. V85 said, that was fun. Okay, Logan's telling everyone they're awful. If he said that to me, I'd be like, well, I've never scammed anyone. And I'd really hope the microphone would have picked that up. That's gold. This is gold. We're winners. Who's gonna come and help Joe Hendry then? Joe says no. Joe says you're not winners. You're a couple of primetime losers. There's a Logan Paul fan in the crowds. He's kind of dressed as Logan. Ah, he's only a kid. Let's not judge him. Let's not judge him harshly. Joe Hendry. Someone's got to come down and help him. Shots coming in there by Joe. Shot to the midsection and again. Street Profits are coming down. Street Profits. They make their way down, go straight after Logan and Theory. Street Profits. Cleveland Brown said, I promise you I'm not dressed up as Logan Paul. Well, someone is. Okay, Street Profits have come down. They're marking the vision. Montez going up. Theory, Logan to the outsides. Joe Hendry goes over the top, lands on Logan. Okay, let's get scores in, shall we? See what people thought about that segment. The Profits want the smoke. That was cringe, said Corey. That sucked, said Jason. Jojo said it sucked. Brony said the concert wasn't that bad. Connor said hashtag fire Logan Paul. New LJM figures. Okay, we're backstage with Grayson Waller. You've got a guy on the show singing songs. Undertaker's rolling in his grave. It's not great to be. There's Oba. Tonight, Oba Grayson. There we go. He wanted an opportunity. He's got the opportunity. Grayson makes sense. I mean, I wouldn't do it as a long-term feuds, but as a one-off, is a heel. Beatable. I wish he wasn't booked like a jobber, said Alex. Okay. Well, to be honest, him against Oba, I think it'll just be for this week. I don't think it'll be a feuds. Rey Mysterio versus El Grande is our next match. So, Joe Hendry segment. Get your score in. Joe Hendry segment. We got about an hour left in this show. Rey Mysterio, El Grande. That coming up after the break. Okay, what do we think that John will have to say at Backlash? Something to do with Club WWE, so I'm guessing that there's going to be a new collection of items. Because apparently the Never Seen 17 collection is going to be an exclusive. So I think he'll announce that. But I think also he'll probably announce like the winner of some exclusive club WWE competition will get to join him on set of his latest film and go behind the scene. I could see it being something along those lines, you know. I think they're going to have like those types of prizes. You know, get to not spend the day with John, but get to see behind the scenes and certainly meet up with John. I could see like the winner of a prize getting that. And then for everyone else, the first exclusive collection, only available on Club WWE, the Never Seen 17 collection, something like that. That's the kind of thing I'm expecting. If it's something better than that, I'll be thrilled. But we know it's connected with Club WWE. AAA said, if we was in charge, how would we design Ober's roadmap? Well, I think he needs to go into a fun feuds. Something where, you know, we're kind of bursting through walls and tipping over cars and, you know, the kind of stuff we do for a Braun Strowman. You remember when Braun was tipping over ambulances back in like 2017? Just fun stuff that's like really entertaining. So I would put him in a feud. I think him and Sheamus could be really, really fun. But Sheamus would have to be brought back as a heel. I mean, maybe Sheamus comes down and starts beating up on someone. Fans are booing and Ober makes the save. And then we go into a feud. But I would have him get to King of the Ring, go through that feud, get the better of it. King of the Ring. And then he gets the win. And then that means he gets a title match at SummerSlam. So there's a rough sort of outline, something along those lines. I just think a real fun summer where you can look back and go, oh, that was good when he did that, or that was good. Just like, not just having them cut promos and just brawling around the ringside area, but like, you know, smashing through the LED screens or fighting backstage, smashing into cars. Maybe even a car getting knocked over. I don't know what we could, what kind of stuff we could do. Do you remember when Kevin Owens was tied inside of a porta potty by Braun Strowman, and then that was like dragged on stage and then pushed off the stage, and it was Kevin Owens that was inside, and when he came out he was drenched in that sort of blue liquid that they put inside the toilets. You know, stuff, things along those lines. And then with Braun, like, tipping over stages, I mean, he tipped over a production truck one. I felt that was a bit too far. But with ambulances, certainly got tipped over. There was another one, wasn't there, with Braun? Do you remember when he chucked that grapple hook up and he pulled down all this scaffolding? Do you remember that backstage? That was a big spot. Bursting through walls, being chucked around backstage. There's loads of fun stuff you could do. His Street Profits, Seth. Last week wasn't about you. Okay, so Seth just went to the Street Profits. Now, like, it wasn't about you. It's about the titles. So there doesn't seem to be... That's interesting, actually, because Bron Breakker said to Seth, you haven't got any friends. He said that earlier. Here's Seth going up to the Street Profits, and the Street Profits kind of confirming, we're not your friend. Those are like really collectible figures, aren't they, I think? Noches de los Grandes. Mask versus Mask. They're really hyping that up, aren't they? Okay. Let's end the poll. Rey Mysterio in action now. 48, 30. Oof. Joe Hendry segment, good 86. Rey Mysterio versus El Grande. Okay, good 93, good 96, great 68 for Becky Io. Good 86 for the Joe Hendry segment. Now we've got Rey versus El Grande. Of course, we've still got Roman. Still got that segment coming up. Got about an hour. Maybe a little less, not sure. Okay. I've got a feeling that we're building to Seth Street Profits against Vision at Backlash. I think they could be saving Braun Seth for later down the line. Who do we think should defeat Roman for the belt, said Trey? I think Ober's an option. I think Ober's definitely an option. I think he could lose it at SummerSlam. If Ober wins King of the Ring, then it could be Ober Roman at SummerSlam. Whether that's a bit too soon, but I think it's got to be an option. I don't think the Jacob feud is getting all the way there, but word is that Gunther could be next. I think Ober's got to stand a chance. I think Gunther's got to stand a chance. Okay, Rey in the middle of the ring. Ludwig. Kick coming in there by Rey. Big boot. Ludwig looks great. He's got a really nice posture. He's got a good height to him as well. Picks up Rey and Ludwig with a El Grande with a shoulder tackle. Over to the other side, middle of the ring. Rey takes El Grande over. He's over against the ropes. Rayo and Bravo on the outsides. Big kick coming in there by El Grande, going for a cover. This is one of those matches that you could sort of sleep on because El Grande is a bit of a joke character that people's... But this version of El Grande, the Ludwig version, so well received in Mexico. All about passion and pride, and he's a good wrestler as well. He's a good worker, and we obviously know how great Rey is, so you could get something out of this. This could be okay. Rey, Presorso. How much longer are we going to have Rey? Some people even thought that Gunther was going to face Rey at Mania to retire him. Rey is down. Referee coming over, having a words. Grande grabbing Rey. Right now, he's got him in the middle of the ring. Elbow coming in. Another elbow there by Rey. Roman doesn't need much of a title reign, said Florida Man. Not with the World Championship. He can lose it at SummerSlam and then win the WWE Championship next year and then have a good lengthy reign, said Florida Man. This angle has saved quite a few jobs as well, said Shining Wizards. Triple A said if Ober did win King of the Ring, would he face Roman or Cody? I think... do you face the person on your brand? I think you do, don't you? So Ober's on Raw, so I think right now he would face Roman. But, I mean, who's to say they don't just tweak the rule and you get to choose? I can't remember if you choose or not. I think you face the champion on your brand, but I could be wrong on that. So, I think it would be Roman, but there are big rumours that Roman's got a feud with Gunther coming up. We've obviously heard about that, so don't expect this Jacob thing to really go past Backlash. I think it's just a one-off match. I don't think it's going to be longer than that. And then I think it could be Gunther. And that could be a big feud for Roman. Against the ropes, drop kick, boom. Seth, Gunther was a last-minute change. Rey was facing Gunther at WrestleMania, said KCM. Austin, hello. Hope you're doing well. Hello. Daze, where are we getting the spoilers from, said Weird Flex? Well, they're just rumours more than spoilers, but it's what the dirt sheets report. So it's stuff that comes from like bodyslam.net, things that come from PW Insider, things that come from WrestleVotes, Fightful, Dave Meltzer, Wrestling Observer, all those usual places, you know. It's the stuff that we talk about in Unseen. So, you know, I do the streams, and when I'm not doing the streams, then I'm keeping up to date with the wrestling news and rumors and all that stuff. So it obviously helps with Unseen, but it helps with these streams as well. It doesn't mean that that information is correct, though. We know the dirt sheets have only got, you know, 80% correct or whatever. I mean, it's just where the latest conversation is. That's the best way of looking at it. Ludwig coming over, grabbing Ray. Ray goes over the other side into the corner as Ludwig charges in. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. Firing in some memberships. Did a member stream before this stream. We got another one tomorrow. We do a member stream every weekday, 5 each week. Ray goes down. Slap coming in there by Ludwig. Ludwig in the corner. Or El Grande. I keep calling him Ludwig. Oh, he catches Ray, but Ray, bang, into a DDT. That was nice. 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Yeah, that was nice by Ray. Americano was supposed to be a joke. That's why the name is El Americano, which means two different things. The American and or black coffee, says Michael. Here we go, against the ropes, looking for a 619. Bravo with a trip. Bravo with a trip. We got Ryo coming round. We've got that metal plate. He's trying to put it in. Bang! 619 to Ryo. I think that metal plate's in the ring. Can he get it? There it is. Look, he grabs it. He's going to put it in himself here. Well, surely the ref's in this bit now, hasn't he? I mean, he's not even hiding it. There's OG Americana. It is weird the way it reverses. In Mexico, Ludwig is a hero. In America, he's here like trying to cheat Ray. Over against the ropes. 619 connects. Ray goes up, splashes down. That should do it. 2, 3. Ray gets the win. Ray gets the victory. Well, there we go. Rey Mysterio has got that plate. There's Chad on the outsides. Do you know they're building this El Grande story so much better on AAA than they are on Raw? I think it helps that people care about them a lot more in Mexico than they do in America. They're just sort of bit part players, really. There we go. Ray walks away. Now we got the two El Grandes going at it. Okay, they had an amazing brawl in AAA. If they could have an amazing brawl here, it might really grab the crowds. They're trying to go at each other, but it looks like it's going to get broken up quite quickly. Got a lot of referees coming down trying to separate these two. And they do manage to separate them. Let them fight. Let them fight. Roman Reigns has got a decision to make tonight. Mask versus mask match. Yes, that's what we're building towards. Who Dat Saints J said Ray is proving age is just a number. He's still got it. So they're just showing a highlight from SmackDown. Yeah, that brawl was short. Okay, Jacob's backstage pacing around. That necklace is pretty sick, isn't it? That pendant. A backlash. Oh, here we go. It's been made official. Seth against Braun. So we got a graphic for that. Seth Rollins, Braun Breaker. Wait, it just says Rollins versus Breaker, actually. We don't do first names. Io. Asuka. There we go. Io versus Asuka. That one, it says Io. It doesn't say Sky versus Asuka. So we did surnames for Seth, and it doesn't even make sense. Is I say when we're done. I am still your senpai. Everyone's going to be watching this, wondering if she's going to mention Kyrie. For so long, I blamed myself for your mistakes. I realized you're the problem. Feels like we're just going to act like Kyrie never existed. I didn't fail you. You failed me. You failed your family. And now we're both alone. Because I didn't want another EO. That's an interesting line, isn't it? Now we're both alone. I didn't want another EO. A backlash. Ready for Asuka. There we go. Matches made. Io, Asuka set for Backlash. Oberfemi up next. No one's changing the channel. Don't go touching that dial, kids. Don't go touching that dial. I think the most interesting part of that for me was now we're both alone because I didn't want another EO. R.I.P. Waller, says Kyle. The Rib said I couldn't care less about Asuka. Sign of the night. They better show some we want Kyrie signs and we want Wyatt 6 signs. Sign of the night. I got a Ciro Miedo sign. I'm looking in the background as well. Even if I can just get a glimpse of a We Want Kyrie. Welcome home, Roxanne. Big cheer for Roxanne. Trouble, trouble, that's me. Aww. Aww. There's a young fan showing a bit of respect for the Trouble song, Liv Morgan song. They're young. You can't blame them. Come on. There was a young fan that was cheering for Logan. There's a young fan that's showing some love for the Liv. The more I see these young fans, the more I realise they're the real problem, actually, with WWE. I used to all be about the kids, but it turns out the kids are flipping idiots. The kids are ruining this for us. That's the lesson that I've learned from these signs. Okay, here comes Grayson Waller. Do we want a Wyatt's return? I'm sick of people saying none of them were doing anything. So unless they explain what to do, shut up about a return, said Undercover Manager. Here's Grayson making his way down to the ring. It's about to get absolutely flipping murked. Absolutely murked. Oh, but. Okay. Rey Mysterio. El Grande. I don't think we're here for a long time on this one. Yeah, Grayson's come down here without the New Day. There's no Kofi, no Xavier. There's no mention of them. So hopefully all of that's done. What if Grayson wins? Do you reckon he wins going to win? Do you reckon Grayson's going to win? Here comes the big man. Benny said we've got to praise Apollo for surviving 11 years. Yeah. Will he reinvent himself and return? I wouldn't think so. I don't think he's the youngest man in the world. Actually, he's 38, you know. He could still have a good 7 years. I mean, I don't know. He used to be Uha Nation. I think that's how you say it. Uha Nation. I always thought that was a badass name. But this is Ober's world now. Ober. 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 Ober making his way down to the ring. Do you know, it feels like a big deal to be watching Ober, actually. Feels like a big deal. We were watching him on NXT not long ago, but here he is, making his way down to the ring. And after that performance at WrestleMania and the reaction that people had to it, feels like a big, big deal that we're about to watch an Ober match. I feel like we all know what's about to happen, but it doesn't even matter. He's about to murk Grayson Waller, and I still want to see it. WWE Creative Humor said, right about now, Grayson Waller is probably wishing that we'd just gone ahead and released him last week as well. I like the concern on Grayson's face. Ober in the ring. Bell sounds. Grayson staying on the outside, throws in a kick. Gets caught. Clothesline. Down goes Grayson. Gets thrown. Shots coming in. Big shots coming in. Ober with Grayson. Throws him over the other side. Collides into Grayson. Coming in again. Boom. One more. Grayson actually just collapses down and goes to the outside. Ober grabs him. Okay, a little bit of a fight back here by Grayson. Grayson coming in, rolling through, gets caught by the big man. Chucked down. Ober's up. Bang! Big uppercut. Yeah, this feels like the beginning of the end already, and we've only just started. Picks him up. Fall from grace. There it is. 1, 2, 3. It's everything you expected. Obafemi picks up the quick win on Raw over Grayson Waller. And obviously the question is, what are we doing with him over the summer? I think King of the Ring. I think King of the Ring. He could absolutely win that tournament. He could be tested in that tournament as well against some really good talent. But ultimately, I think he could get it. Maybe fight for a title at SummerSlam. Certainly, Grayson Waller was no obstacle. Oh, he's got something to say. Maybe someone's going to interrupt. Maybe someone's going to interrupt. You're feeling good? I'm feeling good. Grayson Waller's not feeling good. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, I like this. Oh, okay. Obafemi Open Challenge. Step up. Okay. This could be really fun, man. We could bring anyone down. Oh. The ruler. I like it. I like it. I think that's a really good idea. Let's do some open challenges for a little bit. Do you know, I would even be okay with, like, some football players giving it a go. Obviously, they end up getting murked, but, like, a little bit like, do you remember in 93 when Yokozuna did the body slam challenge? And all these people were stepping up and they were trying to figure out who could slam him. I'm all right with a load of people stepping up, trying to beat Oba, and it being whoever, come on down. I mean, I don't know if there is any, like, big football player that's got, like, a big size to him that we could have come down and give it a go. Obviously, he would lose to Oba, but I wouldn't hate that. Okay, we got Liv and Roxanne. Goldberg would have been interesting if he was still around. He could have stepped up and got murked. Got to think about who can get murked. We're family. I'm going to be in your corner. Are these two actually friends? Do you trust me? Does she trust her? Do I trust her? Do you trust her? She doesn't trust her. She doesn't. She does not trust her at all. Well, here's Finn. You can't trust Liv. I can't trust them or I can't trust you. Get out of here before you get hurt. Get out of here before you get hurt. That's really interesting, isn't it? I kind of like that, actually. Who do we think's more captivating, Oba or Prime Keith Lee? Well, I feel like Oba's a little bit limited in, you know, he can have longer matches, but they're just not presenting those right now. I don't think we were presenting Keith Lee this way, where he was coming down and just winning these sort of squash matches. So I think we were getting more out of Keith Lee, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Ultimately, I think we're going to get more out of Oba. Oba's up. Bang, big uppercuts. Okay. Bailey and Lyra making their way down to the ring. Okay, Bailey and Lyra making their way down to the ring. Don't the wrestlers watch reruns? Says Snides. Raw's been good. I missed the first 15 minutes. I was coming back from the Old Trafford game, said Tribal List. It was okay. I like the Roman bit at the start. I thought that was pretty good. Don't forget, Theory is better than Brock Lesnar, says Austin. It's been good. Okay, says Jojo. Okay, we got Bailey and Lyra in the ring. Dun-dun-dun. 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 Okay, Judgment Day making their way down to the ring. Bum, 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 bum. Danhausen is still undefeated, says Corey. So we are at commercial break, but we're about to be coming back from commercial. Liv coming down with Raquel and Roxanne. Raquel Rodriguez. Big cheer for Roxanne, of course.
Feeling good.
Okay, we need to change the thing on screen, don't we? Roxanne in the ring with her arms outstretched, looking out at the crowd. We've got probably about half an hour or so to go. So looks like we've got this match. Then we've got Roman. Is there another match coming up? I'm trying to think if there's another match that's been announced. Liv on the outsides. Right. Mackenzie said, I could see Royce Keys challenging Oba. The only problem, well, yeah, the only problem with that is Royce Keys is a babyface. Oba is a babyface as well, and I think ideally you would want it to be a case that we do like heel babyface, so that the fans aren't split. You know, they're just completely united behind Oba. That would be the only concern with that. Okay, we got Roxy Chance. Bailey and Lyra underway. Let's take this out. Okay. Boom. That'll do. And Bailey is taking over Raquel. Doc Holliday said, hopefully the Joe Hendry tune gets a music video like Liv. Maybe have Joe in Liv's clothes from her video. Let's go. It would probably do quite well online, actually, Doc Holliday. Tag being made. I tell you what, if Liv turns on Roxanne here, it's going to get a big reaction. They absolutely love Roxanne. She might be mayor by the time we leave tomorrow. Massive smile on her face. Absolutely massive smile. This crowd are very much with her. Tag being made. Lyra comes in. Kick to the midsection. Apparently, Roxanne held up a sign that said, "Shut up, Michael Cole." She's a real one. She's the people's wrestler. Okay, little curtsy. Lyra throwing in some shots there on Roxanne. Roxanne going against the ropes. Lands on her feet. Lyra flips over. I'm loving the tassels on Lyra. There's not enough tassels in wrestling. There's been a real tassel shortage. So it's nice to see some tassels in wrestling. Now, I can support that from Lyra. Backbreaker, Bailey, perched. Elbow there by Bailey was nice. 2. Kick out. I noticed Raw is in her hometown, says Kader. What do we think about Finn, Stephanie against Liv? Dominic, says Connor. Yeah, you can do it. Just kind of puts those two feuds together, doesn't it? Bailey coming round, forearm shot. It's not a match that I massively care about. I mean, it wouldn't really matter who won, you know? Kind of strikes me as a bit of a Raw match. Bailey gets driven into the post there whilst the ref was distracted. Okay, we're on the outside. I don't know if we're going to commercial break, coming back from commercial break. Monster, booking rarely works, said Shining Wizard. It's better to have a cruiserweight or a lucha against a big guy in a competitive fight, said Shining Wizards. Right now, we got Bailey going over into the corner, getting smashed into that top turnbuckle. So we are now into the final hour, the third hour. Obviously, we got about half an hour left. Mackenzie said, Macho Woman, Lyra, and Miss Bailey. Oh, nice. Miss Bailey. Shot coming in there by Bailey. Nice kick coming in there by Roxanne as Bailey goes down. 1, 2, shoulder up. Roxanne looking over at the referee. Not a bad card for Backlash so far. Seth Rollins against Bron Breakker's good. EO against Asuka's good. All right. Raquel yells out to the crowd, yelling, trouble, trouble. Right now we got Raquel in there with Bayley. Bayley getting thrown into the corner. Clothesline there by Raquel. Lots of Roxanne signs. Welcome home, Roxy. Short arm clothesline. That's nice. Elbow drop. Oof. Raquel in control. Kick out there by Bayley. I'm going to go to SummerSlam. I'm going to take my older brother said name is Josh. That's nice. Now, Mama said we don't get to see this match. We didn't get to see the entrance for Roxanne. We're still at commercial. Yeah, I mean, that does suck. You don't really miss out on, like, loads of exciting stuff, but lovely reactions for Roxanne. Right now, we got Bayley down. Elbows coming in, though. She's trying to get back into it. Raquel kind of kicks out there to Lyra. Apparently, Stephanie is injured, says QPR Ryan. Thank you. Did feel like they were just writing her out for a little bit, didn't it? With that sort of backstage attack. Right now we got Raquel down. Bayley down. We're back from that commercial break. Tag being made. In comes Roxanne. Splash there by Lyra. Step up enziguri by Lyra. Clothesline by Lyra as well. Another clothesline. Down goes Roxanne. Duck underneath. Feel like we've had a bit of wrestling on this show. Probably greatly helped by Becky EO, which has been the best part of this show by a mile. Always fun to see Ober as well, though, so that's not a chore. This match has been pretty good. I like the extra excitement from the crowd for Roxanne. Shoulder up there by Roxanne. That girl is bouncy, said David. Raquel took Kevin Nash's critiques and it's made us so much better, said Big Migs. Let's go, Roxy is the chance. Obviously a pretty tough assignment here for Bayley and Lyra. The crowd very much not with them. Up around the houses, lands on her feet. Big boot coming in there. By Raquel to Lyra makes the save. This match is carrying on. Daze, who do we think's going to be in the big picture for a WrestleMania reset if we had the pen, said Ronnie. Who do we think's in the big picture for WrestleMania reset? I don't know what we mean. Are we talking like now? After WrestleMania? Well, it feels like we're carrying on with Cody and Randy. And it feels like it's going to be Gunther Roman. That seems to be the word on the street. Bayley, bang, down goes Roxanne. 1, 2, Bayley with a... Yeah, Raquel had to make the save there. You can hear Liv on the outside saying, that's my girl. As they go spilling to the outside, Bayley back up. They've worked at a hell of a pace, you know. Liv tries to distract. Bayley grabs Liv. Liv goes down. Bayley in a bit of trouble. Roxanne, bang! Shining Wizards. Pop rocks. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. There's the win. Roxanne pins Bayley, and it is very well received. Very well received. Liv in the ring with Raquel. Roxanne celebrate him. Now we're just having a look at Sol Ruka. Get your match scores in. Get your match scores in. Soul Snatcher. Sol Ruka. Okay, Sol Ruka officially signs to Raw next week. Sol Ruka signs to Raw next week. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, is it going to be the Roman segment now? Feels like it, doesn't it? Here we go. Here we go. Final part of the show. Roman Reigns. The big thing I'm interested in here is, what's the consequence? What is the consequence? Here's Roman. Dun, 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 dun. Got some loud OTC chants. No Usos. Roman coming out on his own. Dun, 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 dun. People are acknowledging. People are acknowledging. Okay, Roman is taking us to the commercial break. Let's see how long it is before he needs to cheat, says Mr. 5165. Roman making his way down to the ring. Lots of OTC chants. I don't know what that guy just said to him, but Roman actually stopped, went back and like touched his hand. So I don't know what that was. You just walked past him, something made him stop, kind of turn around, go back, touch his hands. The #1 title said sneeze. I love the belt. Roman does look good with it, said Vladrak. Isn't the title that he disrespected the one he's holding, said Ronnie. Yeah. We all change and grow as people. Okay, Roman, just a sign in the crowd that says acknowledge Jesus. Jay warned Roman Jacob is unhinged. So yeah, no Usos. I'm guessing we will be seeing them though. Acknowledge me, 11 on the shirt. WrestleMania main event. So is he a 11-time world champ now? Actually, don't know. I didn't know where he was up to. I mean, he must be getting up there. John obviously has got the record with 17. Roman then up to 11. Okay, here we go. We're back from commercial break. Let's see what Roman has got to say. Pyro going off. Bum, 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 bum. Roman in the ring, holding up that World Heavyweight Championship. Obviously, we're doing some aura farming at the moment. Not that we need to. There's plenty of aura around. But Roman's entrances are never the quickest. Roman sucks chants are not allowed in the chat, said King Yeti. Okay, here we go. He's got a microphone in his hands. See what he's got to say. OTC chants break out. He hasn't said anything yet. We got OTC chants. They then go into Roman Reigns chants. Roman looking around. It's actually not the biggest venue, is it? It only looks like it's got one level, is it? Still haven't said anything yet, by the way. We've gone back to OTC chant now. We had OTC, then we had Roman Reigns. Now we've gone back to OTC. It's been a while since I've been here in Texas, says Roman. They love their tribal chief here. I acknowledge you sign. Lots of OTC signs. I see a few punk shirts in the crowd, though. They made this title in spite of me. The title doesn't make the man makes the title. And that's what I've done with this. I put it in night 2 of Wrestlemania. It feels like Seth should come out, not Jacob. Feels like Seth should come down because Seth's the one that introduced this. Was the first champ of this, you know? Was the one that tried to make this relevant. So Roman saying now, only now it's relevant. I'd love Seth coming out, actually. Wouldn't make any sense whatsoever, considering we're building to Bron Breakker Seth and Jacob Roman. Acknowledge me. they've been doing it anyway. Here's Jacob. They love him. This is a tough little spot for Jacob, actually. Fans love Roman. I think there's a very healthy respect for Jacob as well. Make no mistake about it. Jacob comes out. Punk is definitely missed on Raw, said comrades. Maggie said, I acknowledge every bit of Roman. Tyler said, Fatu is losing. Lone Star Friend said, here comes the little cousin. Here he comes. He's coming down in... He looks good, actually. He's coming down in camo pants. Black hoodie. Okay, Jacob then. In the ring. We got some Fatu chants. Comrade said Jacob's going to join Bloodline after he loses. Fatu, right on cue. Perfect timing. Okay. Gave you a week. I'm hoping you made the right choice. I know what I want. I didn't stutter. I didn't hesitate. I didn't need a week. You must be stuck in Tribal Chief land. "12 years of hard work." Lovely promo. Lovely passion. Talking of grinding, being broke, not knowing where that next meal is coming from. It's nice. You didn't call me. Jimmy didn't call me. Jay didn't call me. Solo called me. Solo couldn't get a cup of coffee delivered. Who do you think runs this place? So is Roman gonna say to Jacob, he was the one basically behind the call? I've been a bit distracted. Roman said he signed off on Jacob. Wow, we're going straight into it. Roman says, you've not earned it. If you compete against me, that's nepotism. Well, it's never stopped him before, to be honest. Headbutt coming in there by Jacob. Roman going down. Got a choke being applied. Where's the Usos? You would think the Usos would come down. Can't see the entranceway, but the fans aren't reacting, so yeah, no Usos. Grabs that championship. Jacob looks at that belt, chucks it down at Roman. Goes to walk away. I mean, we've got our answer. Jacob said, I didn't need a week, I didn't need a day, I didn't need an hour. He's here to provide a better family, a better life for his family. Here we go. Here's Roman. You want me at Backlash? I see you at Backlash. There we go. It's confirmed. Oh. I'm not waiting till Backlash. I'll see you next week. So Jacob chokes out Roman. Roman says, if you want me at Backlash, I'll see you there. We didn't hear, though, of any consequences. Roman spoke earlier in the show about consequences. Obviously, a lot of people thinking that if Jacob loses, he's going to have to join the bloodline. And that could be the direction that we kind of go in. But a little bit of a shame there was no words on that. But, okay. Not bad. Not bad. Let's get a score up, shall we? See what people thought about it. I'm really shocked that we didn't get any Usos come down. Certainly when he was choking out Roman, I thought they would have been right out there. Let's get that on there. Previously on Monday Night Raw. Daisy was getting choked, said Sis. Yes. But he just had a microphone in his hands where he said, you want me at Backlash, you can see me at Backlash. And there was an opportunity for him to then go, but if you lose. It was a dub Raw. I enjoyed it, said Flamefist. 7 out of 10. Becky EO was fire. Yeah, that was so good. I agree. That was so good. I even loved the little bit before it as well. I'm not an OTC fan, said Made by Dawn. I like the Jacob turn. I'm going to give it a 5 just for that last segment. Matt Pete said it was a fun Raw. 725. Florida Man said Jimmy didn't come out because Roman isn't heel at the moment. 775. Raw clears SmackDown, said Fox. Joe said love the promo. I'm going 7.5, said Connor. Green Bean said 6. My Kim C said 0. Ronnie has gone 7. Tribal List said it was a good show, but it missed Punk. 7.5, 725. Some good scores coming in, actually. Some pretty good scores coming in. I think people had a decent time with this show. I don't think people felt like it was a chore to watch or anything. It's 6.5 for me, said Maxi. 675 said Florida Man. Let me in said, what do you rate it? I don't know, to be honest. I need to just have a little think about it. Metal Mama said Becky was the best part. Everyone's saying it. Sports Illustrated are saying it. 7, says Metal Mama. Jojo said it was a chore for me. I thought it was boring overall. Pretty much every segment was solid, said Toga Breads. Jojo said nothing crazy happened, which I think is a fair point. Joshua, shout out to you, 8.6. Victoria says 9. Jacob said, I'm going to go 6. Women's matches should have been longer. Trollface said 7.7. Jesse says 7.5. It was good in-ring action. Show was pretty... Becky was good. Grande was good. But the rest was... says Willow. I think this feels like one that's going to divide opinion a little bit. Not drastic. I mean, there are some people that are kind of down on it. But yeah, I could believe this being a show that people are like... I wasn't really blown away. Get your scores in. We are just scoring that final segment. Scoring the final segment. And then we need to go do the breakdown. I'll put the opinion request up now. Oh, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. You could tell Asuka was upset about Kyrie during the promo. Even choked up a little bit at the end. Not her usual self. Even when she attacked Io, she just didn't seem to be as enthusiastic, says Jay. Feedback required. Raw score. There we go. That's up. You can leave your feedback over on the Wrestling Daze X account. So we're going to run away and do the breakdown. Obviously, we'll do the opinions video after that as well. 7, said Wayne. I enjoyed it, but I could do without the 20-minute opening promos every week. Maggie said 100% agree. Egypt still complain. It just doesn't matter what Roman does. Haters gonna hate. 7.5 said Spiller. Daze, are we going to get Street Profits against Logan Theory at Backlash? We could do. I don't know if they'll go on that card. We've got 3 matches already. And I think all 3 are coming from the Raw side. So we're probably going to need to add some SmackDown matches. So at the moment, we've got Io Asuka, Seth Breaker, Roman Jacob. So I don't know. I mean, you could put the tag match on. You could absolutely do that, but I mean, normally we have 5, 6 matches. We might have the 3 Raw ones, and now we need to add 3 SmackDown ones. Days night at ONOTC, says Maggie. The Becky Marty Jannetty comment was the best, said Uncle Rev. That was good. That was good. In my mind, Marty Jannetty was watching at home, spat a load of water out as soon as he heard his name get mentioned, but we know he's probably arrested or passed out somewhere. Way too many long promos, said Jacob, especially at the beginning. Thanks for the stream. Don, thank you for joining us, my friends. Appreciate it. Daryl said 725. I like the Backlash card so far. Yeah, I agree. It's good. Kyrie is trending, said Kian. Is she? Oh, things you love to see, eh? Things you love to see. I wish that they'd chanted more. I wish they'd chanted her more. I didn't feel like the crowd were anywhere near vocal enough for Kyrie. I wasn't really expecting Wyatt 6-1s, if I'm going to be honest. I wasn't really expecting that. But, yeah, I thought there might be a bit more for Kyrie than what we got. Shaquem said, congratulations to me. Shaquem, congratulations. I'm not sure what for, but congratulations. With that being said, we're going to get the score for the final segment. And then, as we said, we're going to get out of here. So, you lot said that final segment gets great 56. You enjoyed it. Excellent. Okay, right. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Obviously, there's been a lot of heartache and heartbreak and a lot of people just really struggling with WWE at the moment. So it's kind of nice to put a bit of distance, really, between those releases, between the kind of bad vibes of the Pat stuff and all of that. Just kind of turn our attention looking forwards. And actually, I do think this Backlash card is looking quite good. So, okay, yeah, this was all right. I was not blown away by this Raw. I think we had better, obviously, on the road to WrestleMania. But this was still okay. This was still watchable with some nice moments in it. And I just hope, obviously, NXT tomorrow is going to be interesting as we rebuild. And then, of course, we're back on Friday for SmackDown. See if they can kind of keep the momentum going from last week. So, appreciate it. Thanks for joining. Appreciate the support as always. I'll be back in a moment with the breakdown. So, thanks for watching.